挺香。
挺好吃。
要不我吃了得了。
你快拉倒吧，你们行不行？
它也是弹的呀，
这挺口弹。不是魔芋，我看看是啥。大宽粉、淀粉制品。
What was? Oh, you guys were watching that with me? I didn't know. Oh, good morning, everyone. I'll shut up. Hey, opinion. I keep getting kicked from it, so I just kept coming back in here. So no. I just know how to find it.
I didn't get a notification. I just found it.
Is that why I can't find him?
Yeah, same.
Hey, opinion, are you gonna make a post on the Reddit sub linking the Discord? Gotcha. Well, I want to talk about oh, Jam, you were gonna say something?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Did somebody say GameStop? Never heard of it. Scald Crypto. What's your take on Coinbase? We have a lot of questions about Coinbase this morning.
Yeah, that's
I don't
gonna
know if
get
you can hear
regulated
us
out
in
of
the coin
existence.
in the coin field. Get it?
You're
He's
talking
in
about
the
the penny
corn.
stock, right? Coinbase?
He's in the corn. No, yeah. Oh, the penny stock Coinbase. Is that what you said? Damn.
Yeah. You know,
I
the
mean,
one that's
federal
getting the one to,
SEC investigations being launched. Oh wait,
yeah,
Scald
yeah.
unmuted.
Bud.
The investigation that's pretty much gonna tie them up in court for years.
Kenny, no audio on the stream or no audio in the Discord. Hold on. I'll be right back, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. They did file the some paperwork with the towels in the games. Go search the SEC 8K, 10K. Yum yum. 7 for 1.
Wait, what's up
Let's
with the
go.
towels? I love the towels. Well, okay, yeah. I wanted to talk about Jerome Powell's speech, but if anybody has plays, feel free.
Fuck J pal.
Okay, 1 second. Let me check the VIX real quick to see if there's a play.
Well, okay, while you do that, I'll give the highlights from yesterday's FOMC meeting. Basically, everything was looking good. Markets were cruising steadily along, stable, and then someone had to open their mouth and ask a question. That question was, are big institutions getting it right when they see that there's going to be this increase at this meeting and then future rate cuts later this year? And Jay Powell, oh man, just whipped out his bazooka and was like, some economic stuff first, and then he was like, there will be no rate cuts in the most likely case. So markets immediately dove 1.7% after that, and that's how we got here, if you're wondering. But we're back up in pre-market, like 60 basis points, so not too shabby. PP, did you find the VIX stuff?
Yeah, I found the VIX. It's very down. No place for me today regarding that. I'm looking for premium plays just like Hardy, but I'm good. If anybody has any other plays though for today, chime in. But yeah, regarding that reporter, I do have some things to question Jay Powell about. Um, so all this
Okay.
time, Jerome.
Audio's fine. We're good. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so all this time, Jerome Powell says he doesn't want to surprise the markets, and he hasn't deviated from that. He's always somehow, some way, he's raised the basis points up to however the market decided to price it in 5 minutes before his speech. And today's no less. The market predicted 25 basis points. That's what Jerome Powell gave. So when the market is predicting Jerome Powell to cut rates by summer, and the reporter comes in and tells him, hey, gives him the same question, hey, the markets are predicting you're going to cut rates by the summer, but you just said you're going to keep rates elevated till 2024. And Jerome Powell comes in and he says his tough talk. And all this time is, yes, very hawkish Powell. He wants to be the next Volcker, I guess. I'm going to believe more the markets than what Jerome Powell says, because all this time Jerome Powell has been raising the basis points by however the market has been dictating. And I don't think Jerome Powell is looking at any data points to do that.
Have you guys already talked about what happened with Coinbase and this SEC warning?
Not yet.
Not yet. We're waiting for Scald to come back out of the coin field.
Yeah, I shorted the crap out of that last night.
Man.
I just scalped it though. There's enough regard. Well, there's
Dude, there's enough
enough
meat to go long short.
Yeah, there's enough regard strength behind that thing though that one little SEC warning is not going to stop it. The price of Bitcoin didn't tank as bad as the price of coin, and so as long as the price of Bitcoin and Ethereum are still supporting it, I think the regard strength will keep it from really crashing.
I think Coinbase is only gonna rally when we get rate cuts. That is it. And if we're getting
The CEO tweeted like right after that Bitcoin will not be attacked by anybody, like right after the speech ended. So, and also the market has recovered fully since Powell's speech in the aftermarket. So, do we have some plays and tickers that we could talk about before the market opens, and then you guys can, continue this conversation later?
What do you think about interactive brokers?
IKBR.
Yeah.
IBKR.
Yeah, sorry. Hold on.
they don't have a like a bank branch like Schwab does, right? They're not into the banking.
It's a platform. It's a cryptocurrency trading platform.
IBKR.
Oh, I thought you meant the
stocks.
stock and the earning.
It's
IBKR trades stocks.
EKR. Yeah. I mean, yeah. All right. The platform.
Yeah, I don't know if it was. I don't know. Can you be specific with your question? What about IBKR?
Oh, not that, because I bought some calls or some shares today. Because I read some good news on it, and I'll post it on the chat. Yeah, I just gotta find it again. But it's supposed to be trading Bitcoin like futures and a lot of other coins that are gonna. Because I've been reading a lot about the little coins that are probably not gonna make it, but Bitcoin's strong, so I don't know. I bought some interactive broker shares because it's a good I think they're good. That's why I am. But I'll look for the link and I'll post it on chat.
As far as play, I picked up some Lucid, some calls for January 2025, some leaps, but you could play it any way you want. There was that rumor about them getting bought out by Saudi Arabia, and there's more rumors circulating around. The last time that rumor popped, probably $5-6 on the price, maybe more. I'd have to look at the chart, but they're really low right now. And if we get a little bit of green momentum and these rumors keep circulating, it's going to shoot up.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, hey Scald.
Did you still want my hot take on Coinbase?
Yes.
Okay, so they were served a Wells notice last night. I had mentioned that something like this was probably coming down the pipe. The reason why they were served the Wells notice was for trading unlicensed securities. Now, here's the thing. Unlike the Ripple case, which I've said was pretty shady, they have a pretty strong case here against Coinbase. And the reason why is their interest-bearing products. Generally speaking, when something bears an interest rate, be it a bond or dividend payments or any type of interest rate on a financial device, that financial device is classified as a security. Now, obviously, I think Coinbase's argument in this situation is we don't set the interest rates. Those, the coin providers, we're just a pass-through entity, in which case you need to go sue whatever derp coin 7,000 or whatever, right? So, I mean, that could definitely be their defense here, that they're not the ones setting the interest rates. They're just brokering it. But even then, they're still brokering a financial product. So this is a bit of a sticky situation for Coinbase. I expect some downward movement here this morning, in addition to the movement we saw last night. But after that, I expect stabilization because we're still in a crypto rally.
I think I agree with Scald. I think it's a great assessment. Short-term bearish, long-term bullish. The other thing the government likes to do when they try to partner up with some of these companies, like what they did with Microsoft and Internet Explorer, they file a complaint against them. They do a fine of some kind, and then they become buddies with them. And I think Coinbase is being groomed as the de facto crypto trader for the U.S. and the SEC just wants to bring them in line and let them know that the SEC is in control. Coinbase is going to comply, and a year from now it'll be all fine.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think we all already assumed that they were best friends with the government. I think this is just posturing by the government to say, like, oh, we're definitely gonna keep these guys in line. Nothing to look at here, and then they're gonna be blowing each other in the back room for sure. So this is. I scalped the short last night, and but yeah, I think it's long-term bullish for sure.
That shit escalated quickly, man.
But isn't the main point whether to classify them as commodities or securities? Because depending on which is which, that's definitely going to affect Coinbase, their future as well.
Right. Well, good take on that, Scald. Also, during that investigation launch, it was brought up that Amazon as well was going to be investigated specifically about the iRobot Amazon merger. It was in that same announcement. How do you feel about that, Scald? I know it's one of your plays you were looking at. He's in the cornfield.
No, I'm still bullish on that one. But other than that, I'm not going to give any more stock plays in honor of Hardy and his band. I just don't. It's a dark day if Hardy isn't able to give plays. So I'm out.
Okay.
I've
Could go up, could go down.
I've already reached out to the Reddit admins, so you should hear back sometime today before 5 p.m. Pacific.
And
I want to point out that I'm currently just got another suspension, but I'm still on Reddit. I can't post or anything, but whatever.
what are you guys doing?
Nothing. Let's change the subject. But free Hardy.
Hey guys, did you see that there was a new Hindenburg report? This one is about Square or Block, however you want to call it. So it's
What
like
happened?
16% pre-market, something like that.
What's the ticker? SQ?
Yeah.
They came up a
What?
lot in all the reports along with Ally. I like this.
What's the report?
I posted in the chat. It's about it posted. It went out like 10 minutes ago, so I haven't read it fully. But it's basically saying that they're taking money out, and it's inflated metrics and frictionless, blah blah blah.
Jack Dorsey's company, isn't it?
Yeah, he's the CEO. I think he's still the CEO.
Yeah, it's a company where you just like small business use it to swipe shit.
So yeah, I've been selling cash sticker puts. So until basically yesterday, has doing quite well. Now not so much. Yeah. So I think overall the business is quite well. I'm not sure. We're talking about 1 billion versus what they are generating. Also 44 billion market cap. So I'm still gonna be buying. Not happy about the short-term ramifications, but I'm still gonna be buying. Cash sticker puts.
That's a great play. Thanks for bringing that up. I like to call them the flea market mafia because they're like taking a cut of all the flea markets and like small like mom and pop stuff. But overall, yeah, that's a great play.
Yeah, thank you, Scarnio. That was a good sharing. Thank you very much.
Hello, journalist. All right, right with the ticker,
no.
right with the play. Hey, let him talk.
Good morning.
I
everyone.
didn't bring him up, but let him talk.
Yes, you did.
I'm just researching right now on real estate investment.
Okay. Look, I'm just, I'm not the one doing it. I don't have the power to bring people up. I can only mute and unmute people and get up here. So it's not me. And anyway, so let's go on with another play.
I'm looking at Tesla, trying to do a short scalp on it. News came out that they're going to lose their federal tax credit on the Model 3, as was mentioned in the comments by somebody, and then I verified it. And I hate Tesla, so there it is.
Is that their most popular model too, eh?
Oh, the revenge play. I love it.
Sorry, guys. I think there was some kind of glitch, I guess, in Discord. I'm back.
Looks like the glitch happened again.
I mean, at least I will allow it because it's entertainment. But I mean, let's just talk about Tesla. Oh gosh, too many people have power opinion.
All right.
It's like there's too many chefs in the kitchen, bro. I gotta say, but
maybe it's because we have 500 people just paying attention to me. I'm sorry to being always the.
All right, get us a ticker for the RET. He's not gonna like. Let's talk about GameStop. That's what everyone's here for, anyways. Y'all want to talk about GameStop? Y'all want to talk about Bed Bath and Beyond?
Talk about a dead horse.
Hello? You want to talk? Hey, they just announced the split, bro. 7-for-1. What you talking about? What you talking about? I'm getting paid today, son.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, okay. we'll see. We'll see. Would you like to make a side wager, my friend? All right.
I like my towels. I like my towels.
I cut you off earlier. Let's go to you for a play actually, because I didn't mean to cut you off.
Who's doing the reverse split? Can we let's talk about the trades and stuff.
No, I cut PP off earlier. Let's let him go over his play, and then we'll have time to talk about that.
I don't have a play. The VIX is down. So
y'all didn't want to talk about it the last 200 days when I was bringing it up. Why does everyone want to talk about it now? I had to turn my DMs off because of all the penis pics and shit, dude. So no thanks. Let's move on. I'm not here to talk about my plays. Let's talk about your plays.
Can we go back to how you got all these dick pics? Because I'm interested.
Oh, you just have to talk about GameStop and Bed Bath and Beyond and turn your DMs on. You'll get them.
Oh, that's just great. I'll do that immediately. So who's doing the stock split?
And then you also want to act like you like this person called Angry Journalist, and then they'll just really flow right into your inbox.
No, that guy fucking hates me. So who's doing the stock split?
It's Bed Bath and Beyond and GameStop.
They're both doing stock splits?
Negative. Well, GameStop is involved in this merger and acquisition. They're just announcing the split to take us above the shorted price, right?
I think it's important.
So it'll be 7-for-1. More than likely, it'll be a 7-for-1 split. So you want to buy? You guys might want to Google what a prime number is. That's a number divisible by 1.
Okay, Zombie, hold on.
Okay.
Zombie, is this
That way you
speculation
end up
or
with an even amount
Zombie?
of shares.
It is
You're
a
welcome.
number that is only divisible by itself in 1 is a prime number.
Okay,
Well,
guys,
look,
please.
no one
Okay,
said I
hold-
was a mathematician, bro. You know what I'm
Hold on.
saying?
Can you guys slow down a little bit for the stupid people out here like myself?
Please.
I need you.
Please. Okay, let's get back on topic and make sure that we delineate anything that is
All right.
speculation.
While
and
opinion is
not
kind
speculation.
of, you know, so yeah, let's continue with the ticker is.
What's the fucking ticker?
Is
So, go ahead.
Yeah, if you mute me, you will not hear.
Let's just let him say his
Let him
spiel
say
so
his
we
Can
can
you guys
finally get
hear
rid of
me?
him.
Can you hear me or? Okay, excellent. Can you hear me now?
Wait, so back to an actual play. Who's GME mergering with?
I think there's some audio issues.
So someone
That's your-
said 7-1 split and GME merger. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm looking for this in the news. I'm not seeing it.
And it's
No.
Bed Bath & Beyond that's having the reverse stock split.
Ah, so the shares will be worth more, so it'll be even easier to short them. Cool.
But he also mentioned a merger. Who are they merging with?
It was Zombie, and he's gone. So, I don't know. I didn't hear anything about mergers.
Dude, that guy was passionate. My blood pressure raised up a little bit there.
And I don't think there was any mergers. Yeah, so anybody wants to talk about towels and the reverse stock split? Any place you guys are thinking about other than shorting it?
Well, I mean, thanks for that mention on the SQ. I shorted it as soon as she said that, and I'm already up. So that's a nice scalp.
Didn't she say she was long and selling cash secured puts?
Yeah, she said she
Yeah,
was
she
long.
did. She did. So I shorted it, and here we are.
Okay.
In the comments, somebody said, "Do I have a Tesla play?" Yeah, I have a Tesla play. It's hoping that he gets hit by an asteroid in the nicest way possible. But yeah, I generally don't do straight shorts on that stuff because of its regard strength. So I'll probably pick up some puts to see how this federal tax credit loss affects them.
I believe there's still
So
record
wait.
sales though, right?
Somebody on one of the other calls said
Be a
that
good short play.
they're reducing the price of that model car, so it's a wash between the losing the federal tax credit and the price discount. It's going to be a wash. So it's, I guess they're saying that they're not expecting it to make a big difference.
Wait, Tesla's
So-
losing their tax credit?
So
I
it'd be a
thought
good
they
short
got
play
it.
because people won't see that.
Yeah, to
Yeah, they're
clarify,
losing-
Tesla's losing their $7,500 tax credit on the Model 3 standard range due to some fucking technicality or something. Ford's EV business is losing billions. People are broke. So I do all my plays based off logic and my fucking eyes. I took a lesson from Georgia Underwood, who said put boots on the ground. And there's a Tesla dealer across the street from one of the vendors that I work with. Their parking lot is full of cars that are not Teslas, and they're not for sale, and they can't be. Yeah. No. And they can't be like employees' cars. So the dealer, go buy a Tesla dealer, take a look at it.
To clarify, you mean go buy as in go to, not go buy as in go purchase a Tesla dealer.
Go buy a Tesla, bro.
But
Go drive by a Tesla dealer. Do not shoot at them. Just do a regular drive by and take a look at the parking lot. It's like slam full of like fucking Mini Coopers and random ass cars.
But is
So
that
you're
because people are trading in their Mini Coopers?
So people are trading their cars in and getting Teslas. Is that what you're implying?
That's what they want you to. That's what they want you to think, but that's not what it looks like to me. There's a
So what does
different
it look
reason.
like?
There's a different reason it's slammed full of random ass cars.
Why is that? So what's the reason?
I can't
Could be multiple,
disclose.
right? High price
can't
points.
I can't say the whole reason why because kind of doxing myself there. But the cars are temporarily parked there. I should say they're not owned by Tesla. They're not traded in. They're not employees' cars. The cars are temporarily parked there, and they move around and they disappear and then they come back. Just find, if you have a Tesla dealer that's on the way to your job, on the way to get a Chick-fil-A sandwich or whatever, swing by there and take a look at it over the course of like 2 weeks and pay attention to what's in the parking lot. You'll pick up on what I'm saying.
Isn't that
Why all the mystery? Like what? So what's your thesis? I mean, give us your thesis. You don't. It's not doxing yourself. So what's your thesis of what they're doing?
Isn't that just them like taking lot space like temporarily? I don't get it.
What I'm trying to point out is that they're trying to look like they're busy. They're trying to look like they're full. They're trying to look like they have a shit ton of interest and whatnot. If you pay attention to the last earnings report that came out, they were pushing numbers forward because they can control their inventory, they can control their deliveries, and they can control their numbers reporting. So if they're not having a good quarter, but they need to have a good quarter for the stock price and for other reasons, they can pull sales forward that don't even really exist yet. Because they control the whole process. So I could be totally wrong, but I just have noticed a change in the Tesla lot that's across the street from one of my vendors. It used to be slam full of fucking Teslas. I'm talking about like into the street. They didn't have enough room to park them. They were like parking Model 3s in the ditch because of how many were being delivered for people to pick up. And now it's almost no Teslas, but it's still full of cars. But they're not trade-ins because they disappear and then they come back. I just noticed it because one of them's like an orange Mini Cooper that just stands out.
So I don't know how much this correlates since this is in the used car market, but I'm currently in the process of looking for one specific used vehicle, which is not a Tesla, nor have I ever searched for any electric vehicles on this website I'm using to search for a used car. But daily they send me an update for like, oh, check out these new Teslas we have available, like in inventory, and all they're showing me is Teslas. Where are you guys coming off of this?
All right, what was the question? I wasn't listening. I was too busy reading journalists' fucking fanboy comments about me.
It's not so much a question as is a statement of they're pushing really hard to show me used Teslas that are for sale that I have zero interest in. So I'm curious as to why they're pushing so hard on this used inventory.
Because used EVs have no market. Most people that buy a Tesla want a new one. Very few people are trying to buy used Teslas. There was a used EV dealer over by me that was owned by a Chrysler dealer, and they decided to, when the EV rage really took off, they're like, we're going to set up a whole used car dealer that specializes in EVs. It lasted for about a year, and now it's shut down and out of business. The EVs dropped their value like a fucking Mercedes. Like 2006 S65 AMG Mercedes was 202,000 new. I bought mine for 12 grand. Like somebody ate that entire fucking loss between two owners. It only had two owners prior to me. Tesla's depreciated about the same rate.
Because they keep coming out
I
with
mean,
so
that's
much
all
better
luxury,
range.
though. That's how luxury works. Luxury isn't luxury unless it's brand new.
It's not even luxury, it's range.
Some luxury, right? But not all. Like Rolex watches don't go down. Ferraris don't really go down that bad. Lambos don't go down. It's just unreliable fucking things go down. The reliable Mercedes don't go down. It's just the unreliable ones that tank. Same thing with BMWs and whatnot. But they, yeah, I mean, Teslas are treated like a smartphone, much more than a car. It's like, you know, an iPhone 12 and the new iPhone 14 came out. The 12's dip in value. I mean, that's just, and they'll never come back up.
I mean, I agree with you in part, but I think a part of the problem is also rarity. So Rolexes, Ferraris, you're talking about rare items that they only make a limited amount of. Teslas, they make an infinite amount of these things. So of course they lose value over time because there's no supply but backstop on them.
A
So
new
they're just
battery is like 20 grand.
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
So,
I mean, that's the problem is the battery degradation. It scares everybody. But to your point, though, like a Model 3 or a Model Y is not a luxury commodity. That thing doesn't cost that much more than a well-spec'd out Camry or a minivan or something. But they lose their value way worse than a Toyota. Now, like a Tesla Model S Plaid, that is kind of a limited commodity. There's not a lot of those. But anyways, back to just the straight stock play. I know that the stock has a lot of regard strength, and it's always going to go up, and it's always going to be worth $1 million.
Hey, have you finished? Have you finished 10 minutes talking about your fucking Tesla? What's the point
easy
here?
there.
Here we go.
What the fuck?
Hey, he's
You'll
talking.
get your time.
Well known as a car guy. So hush your mouth, journalist. My lord, do not talk to him that way.
Hey, I mean, at least I came up with a ticker. My bad. But
And his first half hour, that's good. What's up, Copper? How you doing, buddy?
Well, and here's my actual play. I'm gonna go 1 month out on some probably 200 or 195 puts, and I only scalp Tesla. You get in, you get out. The stock has a ton of regard strength, and you never know what's gonna fucking happen next. So always protect yourself on Tesla because the original meme stock is strong.
What was
It's AI with wheels. You said it wrong. Sorry, Bourbon. Go ahead.
No, you're good. What was interesting though is that I was driving by this one area, and then I look to my right, and I see this huge parking lot with a shit ton of Teslas. I was like, "Is this a Tesla car dealership?" And then I looked it up, and it was like a fucking Tesla service shop. Why are there so many Teslas? Like every Tesla in the entire area.
ooh.
And besides, Reed makes a better car than Tesla, so let's just drop it.
So
Bring him on. Let's see if journalist has a play.
Sorry, I just got your opinion. I kept getting pulled over to the wrong chat. You know how that can happen.
Fraud or something like that.
What's Square's price at?
Hindenburg report just came out this morning, guys, saying basically Jack Dorsey is dealing in a fraud. Is the headline I saw. That's all I know. I literally just got home. I got to read. So, but I know that that's why the price is dumping.
You guys see UAE's got their own CBDC now, they just announced?
What?
Saudi Arabia they just announced their own central bank digital currency. I don't know if anyone heard about that or what platform or what they're using. XRP would be nice.
CBDCs are ridiculous. Right? Crypto is odorless and colorless. spraying crypto on a piece of shit fiat is still going to leave it smelling and looking like a piece of shit.
Yes,
Just
yes.
saying.
XRP is just the one that they would use to transfer the money from country to country because it's super fast. But it doesn't matter about XRP. I don't know anything about the UAE announcing it. I just saw that this morning. I don't know if anyone heard about them and their CBDC.
No, and we don't like to talk too long in crypto, especially before market. So sorry.
Fair enough.
I'll look into it.
So I'm looking for puts on CVS, Walgreens, and some other pharma retailers. So essentially, not pharma companies, but pharmacies, because of the recent drug shortage that's affecting the entire country. So it's not just Adderall. Like there's a report by Congress that there's a couple other pretty like mainstream and commonly used drugs all having shortages. So I think this is going to affect the bottom line for some of these big pharmacy retailers out there.
Something to consider with CVS, they're a little different than the other two. They operate
Sorry,
much
I know
more
you
in their
guys don't like to talk that stuff, but I think that's
healthcare
I
than
think it's
other
probably
things.
one of the more solid leads that I have right now.
So I've heard about the Adderall shortage several times. Like, does anybody know why we all of a sudden can't make enough of these drugs?
Hey, Showtime, your mic's open. I can hear you typing. I think there's supply constraints. Some of it is localized supply. People aren't getting their orders. You look at the majority of where our drugs are produced, it is overseas. So I don't know if anyone has any articles on it, but I've been bearish on the pharmacies myself. So I like your thesis.
What were you saying though, Rad? Do you think CVS is probably got more retail and
CVS
gonna be
is
a little more
less
dangerous to get
retail.
caught?
So CVS has a giant healthcare system. That's where they make most of their money. I forgot which healthcare company they bought, but they're a lot more healthcare than they are retail. People think of them as a pharmacy. They do a lot of healthcare services compared to the other major pharmacy brands. So just keep that in mind when you're looking over their numbers.
Well, that was actually someone else's bearish thesis for him, is because they're losing money on that right now, Rad. There is the opportunity to make money, but right now that is a losing part of their business. So if anything, I think they should be discounted more.
Well, I'm just saying if you're going to look at the retail side and be like, oh, the pharmacies aren't doing as well, so CVS is pharmacy. I just don't think that's necessarily as much of their business as people think looking in from the outside.
I understand. Yeah, it's not. They've got a more diverse mix, good or bad. I get you.
Gotcha. Now you are saying though that they've got a diverse mix of garbage. Is that correct?
I don't think their healthcare side is bad. They have to build it out, but I think it's a good direction. I would be long CVS, but that's just me. I mean, different people, different things, right?
I am interested. Does anyone have any suggestions on a publicly traded company that is mostly a pharmacy? Like the majority of their business is just their pharmacy.
There's an extension of it. Cardinal Health, they're a drug distributor. So if there are kinks in the system, they're not going to have their business is going to be impacted, I would imagine. So that would be more on the back end of it. But I think Walgreens or Rite Aid are more just pure pharma plays that sell that. But they've had their own issues too.
Rite Aid is getting ready to be sued for their role in the opioid crisis.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's a big risk. And if you look at most of these lawsuits, people pay, right?
Okay, so that's ticker CAH, Cardinal Health. Is that the one that you're talking about?
Correct. Yes. They also got in trouble for the opioid crisis. Scald and I have talked about it before. They sent like 6 million pills to one county in West Virginia. It was really obvious. So they've got some headline risk as well too. And they are the ones that move the drugs around to all the people who end up selling them out.
The best buy and hold pharma company is probably AbbVie. ticker ABBV. They have a good hold on a lot of drugs in the market, and ones that are actually improving quality of life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for looking for bullish plays. I mean, generally you're going to see me. I tend to look for bearish plays because I think it's easier to find losers than it is to find winners, personally. But I like buying puts. Yeah, I think I'm going to pick up some puts on Cardinal once I take a little time and look at their actual financials.
Yeah, I was gonna say definitely do your own DD. I owned the stock years ago, third party, if you will, but I can see them having some hiccups.
Who's got some bank plays? Anybody still in FRC?
I'm gonna do some FRC calls today. I think it's just gonna keep fucking whipsawing up and down.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna get some calls in RC. It's pretty cheap right now.
Ryan Cohen is publicly traded. Oh man, I want all the calls.
I know, like,
yeah.
or is that RC Cola? Is that
No ready capital. It's just a financial corporation, but it has a really predictable pricing cycle or whatever you want to call it after the dividends and stuff. So just waiting on that pop. It's RC is the ticker.
I never heard of them until right now. I don't like the way the chart looks. I mean, that's just a short-term view, but like that 6-month chart just looks like it's falling.
Yeah, look at it at a year longer. It just kind of bounces along.
Yeah, but it's still, if you look, it looks like it's in a downward channel, even at that year. It's keeps that. So, just, I mean, pick your time, pick your places. Again, I don't know anything
Right.
about.
So I'm thinking instead of bottoming at like, 950 or whatever, wherever it usually does, like, for the past 2 or 3 years where it has, it'll, tightening keeps going and things get a little worse, and maybe it'll bottom at 7. So it's only $2 more. I'm just watching it right now. I haven't gotten calls yet. So I'm just going to kind of see, wait for bottomings, wait for it to get maybe two deviations oversold and then go on.
And I just looked up. So it is a mortgage REIT as well for those
Yep.
the home game.
Mm-hmm.
I just think they're going to run into some issues with rising rates. They're not necessarily buying a lot right now with the action recession, but I mean, I think everyone should have some REIT in their account. So size, mindfully.
Got it. Yeah, I appreciate that for sure. This is kind of just something I want to make a quick call play on. Not so much, have it in my portfolio for long term.
Mentioned this briefly yesterday morning, but if we're talking REIT, some of the strongest REITs out there are agricultural land REITs. One notice, ticker symbol FCT, that's Foxtrot, Charlie Papa Tango, Four Corners Property Trust.
Wait,
also
can you see that again? The ticker names are
Corners Property Trust, FCPT, that's Foxtrot, Charlie Papa Tango. One thing to notice about them, it also plays into the healthcare sector. Four Corners, back in March, is buying into the urgent care healthcare sector. Great diversification from agricultural land and also the healthcare sector. They closed on an acquisition for $2.2 million on a Wellness Now urgent care. Another REIT in that space that is also, by the way, Four Corners has got above 5% yield on a dividend. Another ticker in that space, Farmland Partners, ticker symbol Foxtrot Papa India. Foxtrot Papa Lima, Farmland Partners. And then again, I've mentioned it last week, Land, LAND, which is Gladstone, ticker LAND.
Hey, Showtime. Hold on a second, guys. Hey, Showtime, could you mute your mic, man? You're still open. I can hear you clicking away. Or Rad, will you mute him?
Yeah, clicking.
I mean, at least he's just clicking, you know, it could be worse.
Oh, yeah, definitely for worse. Anyhow, thank you. That's interesting with the REITs and Diamond Hand. One of my other 5 favorite ones. It's a specialty REIT. I'm sound like a broken record here, but Iron Mountain, ticker is IRM. They do data and document retention, and they hold it literally in vaults and stuff forever. So it's got a pretty good income or a pretty good dividend, about 4.5 right now. I've owned it for a long time. Just as another way. It doesn't sound like you necessarily want to add REITs, but if anyone does, I like that as a long-term play.
Yeah, thanks. I'm looking it up. That's dope. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't really like to hold stocks that much. I like making plays and then getting out. So
just like
basically do options.
Oh yeah.
What are some of the downsides of REITs?
Interest rate risk, lowering of values of the properties, some taxation issues. They're not for everyone. They should never be a large portion of your portfolio. Most people should have 5-10%. That is that whole alternative basket I keep ramping about. So
that's why I'm very bullish on the agricultural REITs. You've got a built-in 100% guaranteed, no vacancy on your leases, and there's extremely low pressure on any taxation, because unless you put up a capital improvement on a building, you know, the taxation rate is darn near nothing. So from the REIT standpoint, the agricultural REITs without a doubt are the most stable, and they have consistent high yield dividends year after year.
And you own, not to get too personal, but you own some commercial and or residential stuff, right? You do rent otherwise, so you know what you're talking about, right?
I own agricultural land as well, personally, as well. I don't own. I have one commercial building left. Primary income comes from residential real estate, but by far I'm more profitable in the ag sector than even in the residential sector. Again, you know, in Illinois, my home base, the taxation is freaking insane.
No, I appreciate
So
that. Different
This
standpoint.
isn't not a joke, but I'm looking at this ticker MOO, MOO. It's the VanEck Agribusiness ETF, and it actually looks pretty solid. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that one.
There's also COWS, COWS. That's if you want to invest in livestock. I've never done it, but I worked with a dude who loved that, would not shut up about it.
Speaking of land, yesterday I got a call from a water something investigation company, and you know, so immediately I assume it's a scam. But I Googled it, and they're linked to this other company that just buys land for strategic water rights purposes. And the guy called me. He's like, and he didn't sound like it was a scam. He spoke English very well. He's like, so how would you rate your water? Is it clean? Do you have any filters? Does it leave a stain? Does it have a smell? He's like, I see here that you own a lot of acreage. And I was like, yeah, I gotta go. But this is a thing, man. They're actively trying to scoop up land in like water rich areas.
What are we talking about?
Boomer plays.
Land, huge tracts of land.
Boomer plays are the new OTT.
Sounds like land real estate or some bullshit.
Yeah, it is some bullshit.
Yeah, we've gone from livestock to water. No options involved here. Loose Ventures, what are you doing? You've been calm.
Lucy.
All right, hang on. I have to take my pants off. I'll be right back.
Let me help.
I got the huge tracts of land joke.
Somebody say
threw
cock
that out
5
there.
times.
Thank you, Rad. I mean, that is a boomer joke right there. You're right, Dad. It's all of this huge tracts of land.
Let's talk about Volkswagen.
Has anybody looked into Lumina? Obviously, they got downgraded by Goldman Sachs. So, I mean, they've still got the deal with Mercedes-Benz doing the new OS, etc. Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone had any opinion on it. A lot of analysts are still holding them in high regard, whereas obviously Goldman Sachs has downgraded them. Yeah, I mean, they're quite cheap now compared to a few of the competitors. Does anyone have any opinions on it, or?
I don't know anything about Lumina. Like this ID2, it's going to be like a $20,000 EV. So probably one of the first, I mean, other than Nissan Leaf and Volt, it's like their mass market vehicle. So I don't know. I don't really like investing in car companies though. I mean, I'd short GM.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason I'm looking at them is because they're not directly a car company. They're obviously the technology for the car company, and it was just yesterday they had a 15% kind of drop, which is normally when there's a big drop, it's normally quite a good time for entry with a lot of
Yeah,
these
just
things.
do a call. Yeah, do a call for like 5% up out of the money and take a couple bucks and then get out.
Yeah,
Don't set dead
potentially.
cat bounce.
Yeah, that's very true.
You know, or I mean, or you could buy it and wait 10 years and hope you make a lot of money that way.
All right, what's going on? Deep pants.
Cock.
Right back. We decided not to talk about savings bonds today, but REITs, very ape-like things. My bad.
REITs, huh?
Yeah, they've been talking about ways to actually make money, so we got to change the topic.
My bad.
The last week has been REITs and gold.
Took it down now.
What happened? How are we on REITs and
Is that
gold?
Ryler? Who was that?
That's what the bear market does to you, my friend.
Everyone give him the chopper. Correct.
Yesterday we touched on Canadian solar. Another company I was looking at is it Jinxo or whatever the Chinese one is called, the solar company. They seem to have really strong profits and stuff like that, but they're quite undervalued compared to a lot of their competitors. Has anyone looked into those? Because I've been looking at them for about.
I've been swing trading that one. It goes back and forth between around the mid 40s to the mid 50s in share price recently. And usually I get in at around the $45, $46 price range and exit at around 50-ish something. But they're actually pretty good. They also received a Harvard Business Review Award for governance when it comes to.
And is this the Chinese one, not the Canadian one?
Yeah, it's the Chinese one, Jinko Solar, JKS is the ticker symbol. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I've been swing trading that one. It's pretty decent.
Ryler, was that a fart? Are you trying to say something?
You need a better soundboard or something.
Fantastic. I wish Hindenburg released a report while options were trading.
Luce, you know about is it Adam Resources, AE? It's a small cap, so I don't know if it's relevant. Yeah, they've taken a major beating recently, haven't they? Yeah. If anybody's looking at them, might be a really good point of entry right now. It looks like it's kind of dipping and potentially starting to reverse, maybe. Potentially. Charts look good, but charts mean fuck all at the moment in the current climate.
I mean, you're trading at value unless oil crashes and it stays there. I mean, oil stays close to 70. Companies making, let me see, they got a free cash flow yield of, forward free cash flow yield of, and we're 50 to 75%. It's insane.
Yeah, and they've dropped this literally from $60 to $37 in the last month and 10 days or so. But it is only a very small cap stock, so it might not be of interest to many people.
Yeah, it's small cap. I mean, it trades like a freaking penny stock. The shares are
Yeah.
priced at what 37 right now. But I mean, the way I see it, it's high risk because of the price volatility. But
The PE
as long
is
as oil prices stay like at least where they're at, the company's making a quarter of its market cap every year. It's kind of insane.
Hey guys, what's the ticker you guys are talking about? A few people were asking.
IE.
What's the name of the company? You said Adam Racehorses?
Adams Energy. I'm
Adams
sorry, Adams
Resources and
Resources and Energy. Yeah.
Oh, resources. I heard racehorses, and so I was completely thrown off.
You heard a non-American accent is what you heard. That's all.
Clearly, Buffett's long on oil, so I have a feeling that we're not going to go below $70 a barrel. His Oxy play proves that.
And most of these companies, even the smaller ones, as long as it stays above $65, it's worth them to keep taken out of the ground. So we're not at a place where the profits are going to get necessarily completely shut down.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. Yeah, I don't see it reducing really. I don't think it's in anyone's best interest current market, especially whilst everything's going on with Russia.
Yeah, actually, I was just about to say, I wonder how that's going to take effect if we do ever get some settlement there over between Ukraine and Russia, and how Russian oil will play back into the economy.
I think they're going to be under kind of embargo for a good long time. Even if this situation is resolved, I think you're going to have major problems going forwards. And plus,
Yeah, I agree, because you'll flood the market with the inventory. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that embargo will go, like, it'll be symbolic of like a quote unquote punishment, but I genuinely think it's to control that price.
I mean, in the Eurozone, we've already started to come away from Russian dependency. So I think a lot like Norway and a lot of the
I
Scandinavian
don't think you're going to see a whole lot of change in oil because
Germany fucked
Russia's
themselves.
already shopped around. They found a new buyer. So they got China, they got India. So I think the supply is going to be the same. I don't think there's going to be a huge increase in supply. I think we're going to be steady.
Yeah, I know that Germany fucked themselves by signing up to a load of Russian gas and stuff like that.
Well, if you're talking about supply, the king of supply is OPEC, and the Saudis have just made peace with Iran, and China brought them to the table. So you're watching the Saudis, Iran, China, and Russia get on one side of the fence, and they're going to control the spigot along with the OPEC. They're going to control the spigot for a while. So it really depends on what's going to go on here with the Ukraine war. But I got a feeling this is going to be a standoff for quite some time.
Yeah, so I can't. Yeah.
Yeah, my question though is China buying Russia oil at a discount and then flipping it?
Yeah, potentially yes. That's what my probably take would be on it. I can't see why they.
Guys, I got a play for you. You guys are discussing this. It's all fantastic, but I got a play that's related to this that I'm in right now. TNP, they're a tanker. They're a long-haul tanker company. And long-haul tanker contracts right now are at their
Market
most
open.
expensive.
Keep going, guy.
What's that ticker on that tanker?
TNP. Yeah. Tango.
TNP?
Navigation. TNP.
Yeah.
Tango November Papa?
Yes.
I have a big shares position. My price target is $30 on these guys. Just because long haul is the new way. As long as this Russian embargo keeps going, all the shorter lines that were there, right? Like the natural gas pipelines, they're not being used anymore. So
Did someone just
everybody
whisper
is not having
$30?
to take them. Sorry, what?
Sorry,
Anyway,
keep
yeah,
going.
my price target is
Silence.
30 on.
The silence as the market opens.
Yeah, so $30 is my price target at TNP. I have a whole bucket load of shares.
Some more info about AE. They repurchased something like 44% of their total shares outstanding some months ago. and most of it's financed cash on hand. They have low debt, trading at 0.56 price to book. Pretty significantly undervalued company. But
I ain't getting
again,
the $30, bro.
main risk is, if oil goes down to like 50, the company's not really making money. You can zoom out on the chart. Just the company's been around for a while, for a couple decades at least. So you can zoom out, at least publicly traded. So you can zoom out on the chart and see how they traded when oil was around like 50. And then you can look back like 2012, 13, 14 to see how it was trading when oil was, close to 100. So just to give you an idea.
And the chart does look very, very primed. Back to that TNP that you mentioned. Looking at the financials and stuff, in the last year they had a net income of, I think it was around 150, 180 million, and they've only got a market cap of 570. Low PE ratio. Too bad.
Got some Smith and Wesson. Let's talk guns, gentlemen.
Be bearish or bullish?
Personally, bullish on conflict, but semi-bearish on the company itself.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when the presidential election happened, that was probably the time. It's political stuff that really moves gun stocks. We've talked about this, right, Luce?
Yeah, gun stocks are a cyclical trade, and it's contrary. So if Democrats are taking control, and when they take control, that's when to be bullish. If Republicans are taking control, it's time to be bearish, and the reason is because people expect tighter gun controls with Democrats, but they don't expect that with Republicans. So there isn't as much buying when Republicans are taking over. The stock prices go down then.
Thank you.
Some of them have good free cash flow yields, but I mean they tend to just trade on sentiment really. I mean, if you look at the long-term charts for Smith and Wesson, Ruger, there's not really a lot of, like the markets don't price them based on value. So
no, I think frankly, in the mid-teens, this last decade was when you could really make money on it. There was so much turmoil about who was going to be in the Oval Office. So I think a lot of that gas, it's let out of that balloon. It's just not as volatile anymore.
Yeah,
Is
I'm
Smith and
looking at
Wesson? Carry on.
I was just gonna say I'm looking at NPK, and yeah, it looks like it's not. Earnings are down. PE ratio is 25, so everybody's already buying it, thinking they're gonna, make money on the sale of bullets. This is a bullet manufacturer, NPK, and the dividend's 5.4, so it's got a good yield. But I mean, it's on a 5-year downtrend.
There's a huge risk in litigation coming forth in that sector. I would stay away from that sector completely. Just looking at the Sandy Hook versus Remington, nobody thought that they would be able to get a settlement against Remington, a private company. And that set precedence, a long-term precedence on that. What was it, $73 million settlement that Remington was held responsible for the Sandy Hook massacre.
when you say precedent, are you using that term in the legal sense? Because that's a big deal if you are.
I am. That's in the legal community. They look at precedents for future cases. Nobody would have thought. Nobody would have thought that Remington that you could hold a company like that responsible for, and that's a backdoor restriction play left. It always has been. If we can't get it right, we'll get it through the courts, through tort.
And that's
So
true.
they the
Go ahead.
settlement, correct? Because the settlement's going to be way different than an actual legal ruling saying yes, they were culpable for this incident.
What?
Actually, a settlement is worse. A settlement shows that the company did not want to litigate it, knowing they were going to lose. Nobody's going to outwardly give up $73 million if they think they're going to win.
That's not true. A settlement is just a ratio
Seven-
of how
73
likely they
million.
think they are to lose.
73 million sounds like a cheap compared to lawyers. Probably lower cost than what it would cost in lawyers to litigate.
They probably felt like $73 million was a better value than slinging it through the courts and having all the bad press.
Yeah. On a completely different play, I picked up some Snap $12 calls because this dude, TikTok CEO's like congressional testimony. If the U.S. cracks down on TikTok, Snap could go up. I fucking hate Snap. I never use it, but they also just unveiled their software augmented reality solution BS. So they're going to drop the AI name about 5,000 times. And it only needs to pop a little bit.
It only needs to pop.
Some
Thesis, it
DD
only
on-
needs
some-
to pop a little bit.
Some DD on Snap, Snap's AI. Apparently, some people were hacking it and pretending to be a 13-year-old girl that's meeting a 38-year-old man, and what should she do? And it gave some pretty inappropriate responses. So the whole
Sounds
Snap
like all
AI
other AI.
Yeah, exactly. The
Yeah,
Snap
I
AI
think
play, I think
that's-
is
If you're
dead
getting
water.
in for the TikTok ban, like Snapchat, it was below 10. I mean, it's already moved up over 20% on that news that TikTok's going to get banned. So it's just FYI.
And the name of that AI, Jeffrey Epstein. What up? Jesus.
Does it have its own island too?
Probably.
If it drug her, it would have been the Bill Cosby AI.
I heard the pizzeria on that island's really good, though.
Is eating. Diamond-handed man, are you like eating into your mic or are you eating your mic?
I think the mic ate him. Diamond
What are you
Hands, are you
talking about?
okay?
Oh. Oh yeah, I'm good. Thanks, guys. I was rolling a J, so that was the paper swishing you heard. Sorry about that. I'll mute it before I engage in federally illegal activities. Don't all speak at once.
Because everyone's so polite here.
You think there's
I
still a
just-
download room on that one?
I just had a light mine. Yeah.
So if I could go back to talking about tankers again, there's the reason that I like
Mine was up over 4%. BD's up 4.2%.
All the semis just went up like 2%.
I don't know what's going on with semis past couple of weeks.
No, like I'm really just watching it and it just went up 2%. Crazy.
Fun fact, Nvidia is trading, even though the price is lower, it's trading at now a higher valuation than it was when the price was at 346 back in 2021. And it's also trading at about the same valuation as Cisco was at the peak of the tech bubble. Just a couple fun facts.
So puts? I'm not selling it.
I mean, I wanted to buy puts like it was at 220, and look at it now. I'm glad I didn't.
You say
Yeah,
Cisco.
I keep my
like
eye on
the
my
guy-
puts.
You say Cisco, like the guy that made the thong song back in the day?
That's absolutely correct. Yeah, and Cisco, by the way,
Cisco, the
So more than
2000s.
20 years later, Cisco's stock price still hasn't recovered from the tech bubble bursting. Insane.
Value trap, right? I mean, that's the definition.
No, definition of value trap is when the multiples look really good. This is the complete opposite, where the multiples look god awful.
Yeah, and to be completely honest, I mean, this is really just moving on popular media coverage on AI, and everyone's just trying to get a piece of it. And of course, they're saying, "Oh yeah, our revenues for AI are tiny, tiny, tiny right now, but I swear they'll be huge later." Mm-hmm.
I was talking about Cisco, loose. It had been
All in
Same
Meta.
thing.
My bad.
Really?
All in Meta and Microsoft.
You
I thought
talking
Cisco
about
was
Cisco
value.
now or Cisco tech
No, in the
bubble? I
last
feel
20
like we're all
years ago,
saying
it's been
different things.
in the
Oh,
last
no.
20 years ago, it's looked like a value. Maybe not last 20, but the last 10 years, it's looked like a value trap.
Oh, yeah, it looked like it. But Cisco, I mean, they're a completely different company than they were during the tech bubble, as in they don't say they think they're going to grow 50% every year in perpetuity. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like a lot of companies these days? Yeah, I mean, Cisco, I actually trade them because they're pretty cyclical. So last year when they dropped to 40, that's when I picked up some calls. And if you look over the past 5 years, you can see a lot of cyclicality in Cisco stock price. So anytime there's a good drop, I mean, I suppose you could use like MACD, RSI if you want, just to make it easier. But yeah, anytime there's a big drop, the price tends to come back up over the next 6 months.
Hey, Liz, do you use TradingView?
I use Thinkorswim.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like the standard deviation channels. That's kind of what I use when I'm looking at scalping or collecting some premium.
I don't really use a lot of TA. I just look at what's evidenced, which is price, volume, support, resistance, and momentum. So
Yeah, I just use the standard deviation channels, 10, 50, 90, 200 SMAs, and volume profile. That's all I need. And a Heikin-Ashi chart so I can see the momentum.
Google is at over 106. Sorry, Copper.
damn, nice. So I'll do everyone a favor for you TA freaks. There's a video by Benjamin in the chat. It's actually a pretty good video. And he talks about how basically 95% of technical analysis is not even evidence to work. But he does say that some of it does have evidence. So it's a fun video either way. Even if you don't believe him, it's still a fun video to watch. It's the video's right there. I just posted it in the comments.
Does anyone have any opinions on American Airlines? Obviously, as I'm not American, I've never used them, so I don't know what the quality of them like. But yeah, obviously, normally in summer, a lot of people go on holiday. Could be good for their earnings. I was looking at their earnings for the last time. Their earnings from December to September doubled. Their net income, sorry. But their revenue was pretty much the same. Does anyone know what the reasons were for the increase in net income? It looked like there's a
Why
massive
is
jump in
Netflix up
operating.
7.5%?
Whoa, no idea what you said.
Why is Netflix up 7.5%?
Because your girl and her boyfriend's at the house, Netflix and chilling.
All
When
right.
more people buy the stock than sell the stock, the price moves up.
But Rad, this might be a short squeeze.
When hedgies short the stock and then the valiant stock owners come in to buy it up, the squeeze goes up.
Well, Coinbase touched 60 or got close to 60. Damn.
Did you do the funnel Coinbase hedge?
So let's see what I
Short,
got here.
short Coinbase.
Got
I
a
would
lot
short
of
it.
strangles. No, not a lot of strangles. I'm selling strangles. I'm selling diagonals. And then Tuesday I bought some puts expiring September. Way out of the money. Strike 25. I'm making money on those. I still have the hedge on it. And the hedge is actually still making money after this drop. Surprisingly. Yeah, this is kind of Coinbase. I think this is a good like case scenario. So one, the stock price is incredibly volatile, so it's really hard to short a stock like this, right? Which is why I'm using the options. Why I'm trying to make get premiums for shorting over time. But the specifically case scenario I'm talking about is all right. I'm gonna mute you, Diamond, because you're still making fucking weird noises. The case scenario here is your company, if you're a CEO, you need to work with government on something that isn't 100% regulated. You need to just be fucking nice. But like Armstrong is tweeting like, "Oh, SEC refuses to do this." Like the guy thinks he's untouchable. So if he was more friendlier with the SEC, I would be less bearish. So I think this is just kind of bad management. Like you got to be professional. You can't act like your company is untouchable. So I think that's what the stock price action reflects. That goes for any company. It doesn't matter like who it is. Look at Zuckerberg, with Meta. Look how that went down. So like there are plenty of examples with this happening. So if you're like bullish on a company and then they start trash talking the SEC, like Elon, you'd better look out because they're probably going to come for you at some point.
And that's when I sold my Tesla. Like there was like two of my original stocks I ever bought way back in 2015 was Apple and Tesla. And I had made so much money up to that point, but when he started talking the SEC and really going off the rails, I mean, I still made money, but yeah, it's not a good indicator.
Get like the way Google, Apple, Microsoft, look how they handle like relations with the government. That's how to do it. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's professional. Those guys are veterans. They know what they're doing. But the new guys on the street, like they think they're hot shit and they can't be touched. And at some point, it affects the stock price. Then wait, isn't there? I heard somebody say that Armstrong may have sold all of his shares, but I think he still has a big stake in the company. But either way, he's paying himself like over $1 billion each year in stock-based comp. It's fucking madness.
So
the problem is they're bad mouthing them on Twitter. They're supposed to be bribing them secretly. When will they learn the Microsoft way?
An update from the IRS. The IRS has just announced that NFTs will now fall under 408M of the Internal Revenue Code for collectible items, meaning that NFTs will now be a taxable item. Pour one out for your boy. Sad day.
Imagine thinking there was a way to make money that the US government wasn't going to tax.
Offshore accounts.
Bearish for GameStop, don't you think?
Black market cannabis.
Oh,
So
it's definitely
NFTs
bearish for
are so
GameStop because they said specifically it's going to be their kinds of NFTs that are going to be taxed as collectibles.
Boo, Skull's bearish on GameStop. Boo.
I'm just saying.
I will say that I didn't bring it up.
I'm messing with you. I don't
but
care.
I was watching the price. It had been over 24 all day. It's now on the 23s. So to Scald's point.
So counterpoint, it's not bearish because they only did $4 million in NFT sales anyway. So it's not a large enough part of their business to matter.
I thought you were about to
Booyah.
go full like mouth breather. I was like, please don't.
Oh my god, does this mean am I going to have to claim my Reddit avatar as a $2,000 gain because I got one of the golden hedge stews?
Yes.
Scald.
That's not happening. Okay.
Scald, you know what's going to be even better? is when you have to do the theoretical gains on NFTs you get that you didn't even buy or sell.
Yeah, Biden can go stuff himself with that stupid tax on unrealized gains. How does that even fucking work?
That won't happen.
Well, hold
I
on.
just want to know, does that mean I can claim unrealized losses? Because that's only fair.
Are you
Some
you guys talking
items
about crypto
can-
tax?
Some items can be
I
taxed
gotta
in
pay
that way. It's
unrealized
usually
gains.
sports memorabilia. Like if you catch a home run ball that breaks a record, the IRS demands taxation on that even if you don't sell. It's still assigned a money value. And they still
Haven't
ask money for it.
haven't crypto people been like collecting been getting tax benefits like the past 2 years on your losses? Has that not been a thing and now they're mad that they have to they have to pay it back?
Well, NFTs weren't for tax benefits; it was for money laundering. No, I'm kidding. That was a joke.
I was like, wait, Scald, please.
But yeah,
Well,
no,
the IRS sounds like the absolute devil.
Yeah,
But,
they're not exactly the most beloved organization in the U.S.
But no, the unrealized gains isn't just on crypto. Like Biden came out and said he wanted to tax unrealized gains. Full stop.
Yeah, but it's on like
Yeah, but that's
super
on
wealthy.
index option as well.
Yeah, hang
You
on.
look at
How
If
can
you're
you
a
tax
professional-
unrealized
hang on,
gains?
hang on. If you're a professional trader, you take that anyways because you're mark to market. So this is only an
Right.
issue for people who don't professionally trade. Do you see what I'm saying? Like if you've been doing this the professional
Yeah,
way, this isn't a
you're
big deal.
if you're already like filing quarterly and you have an accountant, right? You're probably already doing that.
Yeah.
No, even if you're not a professional trader and you trade index options, you have to pay unrealized gains tax. I gotta pay.
True. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. Anyway,
I thought-
no, that tax will never happen. I agree with you, Scald. It is crazy he's saying it, but he's pounding the drum so he looks more progressive for 80s.
I thought it was mainly for like fucking people with like huge, accounts, like 100 million over.
Yeah, he
No,
wants to
only-
like
proposal initially.
No, you
was.
can go to your
for people who
accountant.
make money, so you're all good.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
None of
it's
us here
okay.
need to worry about it.
I'm pretty sure you can go to your accountant and if you do the tax election, but there's different qualifications that the IRS has as an active trader and professional trader. You have to be like an accredited investor that makes 100K or 200K constantly for 2 years, and then they have other things. But then you can claim the election to get mark to market if you trade stocks as well. But index options, you definitely have to pay unrealized gains.
Hey, Scald, I think I figured out with NFTs going into the system, I think I found the solution. Issue yourself $1 million NFT, revalue it to $1, claim a massive loss, and never have taxes again. Oh yeah.
It's going to be like I bought a mall, but without buying the mall.
It's
Yeah,
funny,
yeah.
but you're still limited into how much you can claim.
I understand, but you'll get
okay.
that 3K for the rest of your life every year.
Well, no,
that's
there's
limited as well.
yeah, and they're not saying it's not that. They're saying it's a collectible. So I'm going to claim depreciation on my NFT. There's a difference.
unrealized gains are being weaponized at the IRS level. I mean, if you look at it, the basis the uh, of the issues that they're litigating against Trump was the overvaluation for a loan on his businesses, and else you get appraisals, current appraisals all the time, especially in a volatile market. You're basically applying for any kind of loan using unrealized gains. So taxing unrealized gains or using them as collateral is just a mess.
Is Lindsay Lohan going to jail?
Lindsay Blowhands?
Yeah, and Jake Paul apparently SEC investigation for the Tron.
It'll be a
coin.
fine. It'll be a fine. There'll be no jail time.
Oh, they're coming
Damn.
after all those celebrities. Like I think even Shaq, but I think Shaq is in the clear. They're coming after Doctor Shaq. My mistake. They're Matt Damon. Who else? Tom Brady. Yeah,
Tom
they're just
Brady was a
going
big
after
one.
everyone.
Yeah, Larry
Yeah, it's
David.
hilarious.
All the dude
Kardashians.
Yeah.
I mean, these companies, these crypto companies went to them and were like, will you do commercial for us? They're like, I don't know what that is. They're like, we'll give you $20 million. They're like, okay, give me the script. And then Matt Damon comes on and be bold. Oh, the bold fortune favors the bold. And thank you for my $20 million. And now they're being sued. Fucking hilarious.
But like, do they ever even have a fucking case for that? Right? Like, they didn't know unless they purposely bought and told everyone to buy, and then they sold. Like, I think they're saved, which sucks.
It seems like I don't want to say China. Let's say like 50% China hammer style. Like everyone's doing it. You gotta rein it in, bring the hammer down. But China will straight up like disappear people, right? So the U.S. isn't doing that, but
Yeah.
they're just like sending them. They're just being like, hey, you're gonna get sued, and a lot of the cases are probably gonna like they're not gonna go through, right? But
You're gonna settle.
celebrities will think twice about doing that kind of shit again, and I think that's the whole point.
Yeah, so when you have stuff like this, bourbon, and you have a large amount of people being sued for something, I mean, this is literally going to take 10 years, I would estimate. I mean, and that's just from personal small experience. All the clawbacks, all the people. What it is going to be, though, they're not fines. It's just operating income at that point. It's just what you got to pay to make the money. It's not going to be enough to really for them to notice.
No, I get it. I mean, it like Lou said, it's more of a ploy to just scare the fuck out of everyone else to not do it in the next bull run.
Give me 20% back. Don't do it again, or I'll take it all.
But I mean, think of how insane that is. Like, assuming that you're going to treat them as a security or a commodity, right? I mean, have any celebrities ever been sued for endorsing buying gold? Because we better start suing those idiots that are like, buy gold. Like, just sue them.
I think most of them are dead, but yeah, they're estates. No,
I mean, yeah, they're elderly, so
Is Peter Schiff considered a celebrity?
I think so. We should sue him. Be like, buy some gold. First time it goes down, sue him.
Especially if he sells it himself.
Loose Venture said go all in and naked calls on Warner Bros.
Just thanks to Peter Schiff, anyways. He's been a bear for like the last 20 years.
Icon's been bearish on China for like since I was in high school. Eventually he'll be right. Eventually China will have a really bad day.
Speaking of China, you guys see JD? JD calls printed.
What happened?
JD?
I don't know. I think it's just technical for it to move up. It's been hammered lately.
I see Baidu up today, but I don't know about JD.
Since someone asked, going back to AE, the potential deep value oil and gas play, the liquidity is terrible on the shares. It's like really bad. There are no options. And when I say really bad, I mean, see, right now there's a
I've got 100.
shit.
Start
Yeah, there's
bidding
a
100 sale, yeah.
yeah, there's a $2.70 spread, and the mark is $37.53. So it's pretty bad. I'm still playing it, but I'm not buying like millions of shares. So if you're only buying like a small amount and you plan to hold it over an extended period of time, the risk of liquidity is diminished somewhat. So just be careful on entry. Don't like get a terrible price. But yeah, so it's definitely some liquidity risk there.
What do you think would be a decent price?
I think where it's at now. Honestly, I wouldn't blame you if you were like if you believe the whole thesis, like, okay, oil isn't gonna crash to like 50 and stay there. Because if that happens, all these oil and gas companies are buggered, right? So if you believe that oil will stabilize and even through recessionary fears, it should come back, and it should we're still in relatively tight supply, and you could dollar cost average. But I like this price here, and I'm looking at reentry myself. Yeah, and I think I posted the like a snippet of the valuation, so I'll do it again real quick.
On a side note, I have to go because I'm getting fitted for my custom furry suit. Wish me luck.
Which furry did you end up going with?
Is it the tiger?
No, it's going to be a surprise. I'm setting up a filming studio with my furry costume, and I'll come on video when I get it. It'll be you won't be disappointed. Let's just leave it that way, and then we can invite journalists back, and we'll have a video debate.
Let's get
Jesus.
ready to rumble.
Okay, just know how to
Am I
dance.
foreseeing a new avatar for you soon?
I don't know, man. I don't. Yeah, actually, you're right. I might have to switch my avatar because I don't want to get taxed by Biden on my current Reddit NFT.
And for the DD on AE, sorry to go back to that. There's a secret place where I posted my DD on it. That somebody gets mad if I mention it. So good luck finding the secret place. And if you already found it, a winner is you.
I found it.
For some of you guys that are obviously experienced options traders, I was wondering if I could ask for a recommendation in an options play based off of earnings coming up in May. Would that be appropriate?
I'll be bold. I'll take
Don't
the
do it,
the
bro.
risk of being sued.
Okay, so in the wake of inflation, grocers are revising their earnings repetitively up, meaning people have been out less over the last 12 months as they were before, cooking at home. Grocery stores have priced in their price increases, and they're more profitable. Kroger is announcing earnings on May 23rd. I'm looking at all these earnings calls, all these earnings pricing on these grocers, and they're having, like Ali yesterday had an 8% bump at market open. I'd like to have some sort of options trade recommendation on earnings for Kroger to play on May 23rd.
I mean, in general, if you're trying to buy calls through earnings, I would say don't do it. If you're trying to make a long-term play, like Kroger's in a good spot, and they should beat over the long term, then that's a different story. Alternatively, I mean, the price has moved up a lot the past month, but IV rank is pretty low, so implied volatility is low. Theoretically, premiums on the options would be relatively low. They still look kind of high to me. But there's typically, if you said May 23rd, is that when they're posting earnings?
Correct, May 23rd, 523.
Okay. So I mean, if you wanted to make the only type of play I would make if I were bullish on Kroger and I wanted to play earnings today would be maybe buy the July calls, like probably strike 50. And the reason it'd be July is because it's past earnings. May is not. Eventually the weeklies will open up, but so far it's just May, July. And IV tends to increase as you get closer to earnings. But what's still necessary is the price still needs to go up because obviously you have theta decay, and IV isn't going to save you from theta decay. It'll help, but it's not going to save you. That's the only play I would make. Maybe you could wait, like, see, you could wait till maybe beginning of April to make that play to give yourself to avoid like further theta decay. I'm actually a little bearish on the markets in the meantime. I don't know. Otherwise, you just wait until earnings and then you just gamble on calls, which I never do. But frankly, those are the only plays I would consider.
I appreciate that. If I go on the July call at a strike 50, is there any way I could hedge or mitigate my losses? Another straddle or something I could do on that?
I mean, if you want to do a spread, if you're savvy on spreads, frankly, I would always prefer to do spreads than just buy a single leg options. So I mean, what you could do is see prices at a pretty good run up. Could do if you're quite bullish, could buy at July 50 and sell. Maybe sell the April 50. Maybe go out. You're not gonna make a lot of money. Let's see. What is July? Could buy July 48 and then sell the April 50. That gives you some room for the price to move up. And you could do like a 1-to-1 spread. It costs a bit of money, but it's because you're buying at the money options. But that's why you sell the front month contract. And but I always try to do is if I buy like a long dated call, for example, and I'm selling like the front month call, in this case, that would be April, uh, and I have several months to go. In this case, you get what, 3 months? 4 months. I would roll the April call that I'm selling close to expiration. So, like, say, like a week out from the April 21st expiration, I would roll it to May to collect even more premium, and then I would at close to May expiration, I would roll it again to June, and what you end up getting is a nice like profit curve where even if the stock price doesn't move, if the price kind of moves in a range or moves slightly in your favor or not out of your favor too much, you can make money even if you're wrong. So that's what I like to do. That's what I do almost on like every single stock that I trade or invest in. But that's I mean that would be, to me, that's a good hedge. It would just require you to manage the trade at least on a monthly basis.
Is that a calendar spread?
That would be a diagonal, but you could also do a calendar. Difference is diagonal means different strikes across different expirations. Calendar is the same strike across different expirations. And then speaking of like, okay, what does that mean for profit and risk? Um, Calendar is typically like a tighter profit risk reward, uh, range, whereas diagonal you tend to get a wider like risk to reward range. As in you could theoretically make more, but you could lose more. But it also depends on how you set it up. So, for example, if you're more bullish, right, and you would want to make sure that the call that you buy is a strike that's lower the call that you sell, right? And you could think of that as just selling a regular credit spread, or I'm sorry, buying a regular credit spread, right? So that would be bullish. Alternatively, if you weren't that bullish, you could maybe even slightly bearish in the short term. You could sell a call that's closer to say at the money and buy the long dated call that's further out of the money. That would give you a different risk reward profile, but it's a little bit more conservative. But if the stock price moves too fast, like against you, um, or like in your favor in this case, then you could find it to be like an unfavorable trade. So to keep it simple, I prefer to do like calendars just to use the same strike. Or if I'm going to do a diagonal, I would rather play it a little bit safer. And especially if I'm like bullish or bearish, and I'm going to buy the call, I'm going to sell a call that's further away from the call that I'm buying.
So just so I understand, you're saying buy July 48, sell April strike 50s, and as I get closer to the July, keep rolling the April 50s into May and June. And that's the play that you're recommending?
Yes,
That's a play.
unless you have insider knowledge that Kroger is going to announce they are selling AI-powered dildos, then you can just go straight, regard with it, like I did.
True, it's true.
I didn't hear about the dildos at all, but I do know that pallets of Vaseline are being delivered.
So listen, I'm not saying like this is a trade I'm doing or this is a trade I think everybody should do. If I were to do a trade, if I were bullish, maybe that's a trade I would do. But I think you should like take a look at the risk reward profile. Do you know that options like builder website? But you know what I'm talking about?
No, what did you say? Options Builder website?
Do you mean
Optionsstrat.com.
options profit calculator?
No, I mean optionsstrat.com, and it's really easy. Like it's really nice user interface. You can build your strategies. So there you can set up. You can literally type in the ticker Kroger and KR or whatever or KR, and then you can pick like I want to buy a diagonal, and you can set the strikes, you can set the expirations, and it'll tell you the risk reward profile. This is like if you're not using a trading platform, right? So I would say take a look at it first and then consider like how much money you could get by rolling, right? So for like April, if you sell the 50 right now, you get about 48 cents, right? Maybe if you roll two times, maybe you get another 48 cents, right? You're gonna have to take a guess because you don't know what the prices are gonna do. You don't know what the stock price is gonna do, right? Maybe you get another 48 cents, and you can kind of estimate like, okay, how much premium realistically could I get by rolling? And if I'm wrong, how does that offset my max risk? How does that offset the amount of money that I would lose on the long dated call? Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I think that's the best answer I've ever had on asking a question on the internet ever. Thank you.
Damn.
Oh, whoa. Meet me
You
in the
gotta ask
back.
some more
Huh?
questions, bro. Luce, why would you not? All right, so you already answered how you would do it, and you said it's not a trade you're making, but you answered, you know, your version of the trade. Just a question as someone who is new to selling puts. If I was like bullish, why is a put credit spread a worse option than a call debit spread?
So I wouldn't. I think that kind of frames the question to imply that it is, but I wouldn't. I would disagree. So, and I'll add another, I guess, disclaimer for that other trade. That's just one trade I thought of just looking at the options prices and just looking at where the price is, right? But you can also use that website. You can find any trade you want, and there might be plenty of trades that are better than that one, right? Or trades that you're like, you know what, I don't want to manage this monthly. You could try Jade Lizard, you know, if you're savvy with like options trading and you don't mind messing around with spreads, right? So plenty of strategies. Just use that website, and you can just find a risk reward profile that you prefer. In general, I guess the takeaway for that would be try to use spreads to your advantage. And if you're trying to play earnings, you might want to go longer term, and you might want to hedge that spread and doing calendar diagonals and rolling to juice those premiums is often a decent way to lower your max risk. For credit put spreads versus debit call spreads, nobody knows what the hell stock price is going to do, right? Like nobody can actually see the future. We all just pretend we can. So one spread, the put spread, you sell a put spread, guarantees that you will make money. The stock price is remains like within a range or remains above you break even, right? The other one only guarantees you make money if it moves up in a good way or it does pass your break even. But the difference between the two is one of them is the house and the other one is you're the gambler, right? So even though a debit call spread is lower risk, as in lower dollars that you could lose in total, versus just buying a call in theory, right? Because you're hedging it with that short call, that making it a spread, doesn't mean you have a higher chance of winning. It just gives you a better risk to reward profile. So you still have to be right. You know, you're still gonna have theta decay because it's still net debit. So you might have to go in the money if you want to be smart about it, right? Maybe you do a poor man's covered call, something like that. But it all depends on what strikes you pick, how far out you go. If you're buying call spreads that are somewhat out of the money, like, you know, I don't know, 20% away from current market price, and it expires in a month, it's probably not a prudent play. So, and I would look at that and I'd be like, what would what the prudent play would be would to do the complete opposite and sell a put spread 20% out of the money. Now that's a prudent play. So it just depends how you're looking at this.
Thank you. That makes sense.
I would say in general, like I'm not selling put spreads that expire in a year. Like I'm not going to do that. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So if I'm like bullish on a stock over the course of like a year or something, that's what I'm considering call spreads. But even then, like I said, I'd rather do diagonals or calendars because I don't mind managing those on a monthly basis and juicing the premiums. These answers turning anyone on in the audience.
I mean, I'm just glad you're finally taking your fiduciary responsibilities seriously.
Feel free to sue me whenever time permits.
I have quick question. Someone yesterday was debating me about covered calls, and I was saying that the reason I'm using them is because I have a long-term position that I don't have that much faith it's going to rise exponentially, so I'm trying to collect premium to buy additional shares. So basically dollar cost averaging with the premium I make. And they were trying to tell me that I'm basically capping my gains by doing this, and I don't know if that's accurate or not.
So okay, so here's the thing. Making a shit ton of money on calls or puts, right? Like I'm talking like 10 bagger type stuff. You have to be kind of lucky unless you have insider information. If you guys have insider information and it's like real and it's solid, man, buy all the long calls, long puts you want, man. You're gonna be rich. Just don't tell anybody about it because then the SEC is gonna come after you. If not, you are playing the odds just like everyone else, and you should think of the markets, especially the options markets, as a casino. A casino, there are people who win, and they win because they use probabilities. Options market is no different. So, having said that, whatever play you're trying to make, you shouldn't think about it in terms of, oh, if I buy this call for just $30, I could make 10,000. You should think about it in terms of probabilities. If I buy an at the money call for $300, the odds that I make money on this are 40 to 45%, right? If I sell this put that's at trading at it's got a delta of 30, the odds of me making money on this are at least 70%, right? So if you can consider the probabilities and then you continue making those trades over time, then you can make cumulative returns. If I'm making 30 to 50% on every trade I make that is about a month long in duration, and then I keep doing that, do the math. Like, how much money is it? That's retarded amounts of money, and probably nobody makes that. But that's a shit ton of money. Another example. So, say somebody was saying, "All right, you don't want to limit. What if you sold a call spread, or what if you bought a call spread on GameStop, right? And then they had earnings, and you couldn't really, you didn't make a shit ton of money because some guys posted screenshots and they make $10,000, $30,000 on calls that they bought at GameStop. You would have missed out, bro, right? If I told you I've been trading GameStop for the past 2 years and I've been doing it my way using probabilities, and what one guy made 10, 20K on one trade, I've made like 50K a year. Like, who's doing better? Like, the guy had to get lucky.
I'm not wrong in thinking that covered calls make sense in some
No,
scenarios where.
yeah, it's all probabilities. Probabilities are the most proven strategy, or like reference in options and stock trading. I mean, Jim Simons, man, like that's all you need to know, right? Renaissance, Citadel, like all the big options trading funds, or just the big trading firms, statistical arbitrage, it's all based on probabilities. Even Warren Buffett admitted that Simons, he's like, yeah, I got nothing on Simons. He's like, I can't touch him, because Simons just outperforms him like every single year. So it's all probabilities. And it's not something that like you need to be in New York. You need to work for Renaissance or Citadel. Like, you don't need to do any of that shit. If you don't work for them, you're handicapped a little bit, right? But you can still make similar. You can make those types of strategies, those types of trades. Returns are probably going to be like 20 to 50% less than them because you don't have like the king's advantage. You just don't, right? And you don't have a team of PhDs. But
Well, I have
tasty
I
trade,
have Warren on speed dial, so I'm a little different.
there you go. But yeah, and then a classic, like, long-standing example of what I'm talking about is tasty trade. And a lot of people, like, plenty of people know about tasty trade. Plenty of people talk about them, but a lot of people just ignore them. They're like, yeah, I've heard about them. I don't want to trade that way. Those guys make like 20 to 30% every year. Like, they don't care about the markets like crashing or correcting. It's insane. So like there's and somebody said like tasty trade style is like elementary. I'm like, dude, if a girl sets up a fucking lemonade stand and is raking in like 80% profit margins and is making like 100K a year, are you gonna go up to her and be like, this is fucking elementary? She's gonna be like, get the fuck out of my face, bitch. Like, I'm making bank. Who cares if it's elementary? And I would argue it doesn't. A lot of it is like there's a lot of statistics that go into their strategies, so I don't think it's that elementary. But if it makes money, if it makes damn good money over time, and you don't have to like spin the roulette wheel, right? Like, you can actually use probabilities. You can predict how much money you can make. That's pretty damn useful to me.
Well, segue to that, I kind of wanted to talk about like the disconnect I see between a lot of the speakers and some people in the crowd on Wall Street Bets, because I've made posts before where I was talking about like, gains I've made on shares of stock that was like pretty significant, and some of the commenters say stuff like, this is an option sub, and they shit talk you and all that stuff. So
Man, people are going to be shit talkers. Just you can't sit there and pay attention to what people are posting in comments. I mean, if you let that like interfere with your money, I mean that would be the problem. Outside of that, just do you.
I'm not necessarily saying that it upsets me, but I think that like someone should set the record straight that profit is profit. Like, who cares whether you did it through
100%.
whatever?
Mhm. Check this out. Old Shkreli, right? The guy that went to prison. And then I think Wall Street Bets can't make up its mind on whether they love him or hate him. Shkreli, he got popular by shorting biotech stocks through their trial result announcements. And not every trade was like, I'm going to make money overnight, you know? Like, that was one of the big trades on Wall Street Bets. Like, this is, OG territory, right? There were guys that made a shit ton of money just buying shares, like just literally just only buying shares of stocks. They would come back and they would say, like, I'm beating you options trading retards. And people would upvote the hell out of them. They get, gold medals on Reddit and all this shit. And people loved it. So I think the whole point, it's not like, I think you could just ignore the people that are like, oh no, only options, only ever options. No, fuck that. You can make money either way. Like, it's literally one of the rules on the sub is you can have game porn on just regular stock purchases or stock shorts. Like, that, it's included in the rules of the sub. So like, people that say only options, like, they don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, as long as it makes money.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
to your point, hold on one second, Ryler, if I may. I want to interject
I'm just
too.
saying thank you. You can go.
Oh no! Don't give him ego boost. He's already got a huge ego.
He's thanking you, monkey.
I know.
Oh yeah, both of you.
But I would say, I get ragged on for being a shareholder and having boomer money. So take it as a badge of honor.
Yeah, but you beat the game. You're retired, so you're proof that it works.
Yeah, so dividends are good, streams of income are good, slow money is good, dollar cost averaging, time value of money, all that stuff, guys. It's not all about
I just think it's more creative to do the due diligence, find a value play, put the time and effort into it, and then come back and say, look, this worked out, I was right. And instead of someone saying like, hey, I lost 90% over my entire portfolio, but this one trade it was 1,000%. Like, I don't really think that's amazing.
Well, it depends on the probability and the time. Like, if you told me you returned 10% month over month, I would be like, damn, that's what's up. But if you told me you returned 10% on an in the money leap, I'd be like, cool, bro. And then I would just keep it moving.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
so
problem
another
the
thing,
problem that we have in this Reddit is everyone is chasing the high of GameStop, and people made huge amounts of money in, when was it, 2020, 2021, whatever it was, and like so many people are just chasing that, like that high of making like 10 baggers and things like that, where it's just not.
Well,
It's
I
not
think the
really
market and
sustainable.
trading in the market. I'm sorry, give me one quick second. I think trading in the market is a lot like cooking in the kitchen. You know what I mean? You're gonna have your things that you're good at. You're gonna have your things that you're not good at, and you're not gonna know the whole damn thing. There's gonna be people that are expert chefs, like Luce or whatever, and there's gonna be you who can get yourself fed every day, and that's the important thing.
Well,
and I like
one thing I did want to point out is, which I think like could cut right into the argument of people saying like, yeah, but look how much money I made on this one trade. Keep in mind that most people, a vast majority of people who talk about their big wins, don't talk about their losses. How much money did those guys lose buying calls over and over and over again, only to suddenly make like 10, 20K? Like, what if they lost like 10 to 20K over the past year? You know what I mean? So nobody shows you the losses. So honestly, whenever I see that, I literally just ignore it. And I say, I don't care because I know how to make money without like gambling.
Well,
Just
and
ignore it.
one more point on the financial planning side to what you said earlier, Luce, about the probabilities. There's always these probabilities out there, but it's also everyone's risk tolerance, your time horizon. Not everyone wants to go 0 DTEs. That's not how they're going to make money. They may be interested. They may play short plays here and there, but they're not going to YOLO their portfolio every day. That's not what everyone's here for. So that's my last bit on it. I'm done.
Yeah, and to add to that, I think some of us have larger portfolios. We want to protect them, and I do get it. Like if you have a couple $100 and you want to try to build it, it might not be too risky to throw some weeklies on it.
I will
That
say, like, in the spirit of Wall Street Bets, what I'm not saying is like everyone needs to stop gambling immediately and no more fun ever. If everybody wants to trade based on probabilities and everybody starts making good money, fucking great. But if not, like this isn't a call to arms. This isn't like a let's round them up and take them in the back, shoot them in the back, right? Like
Well, I
do
just
whatever
wanted
you
to
want. If the spirit of Wall Street Bets is still like, hey, post game porn,
generate.
post loss porn, do whatever the hell you want, right?
right there's a lot of new people in the crowd. I've noticed that strictly focus on that, and I think they should at least know, look like don't go straight for the big play.
I think it's
On the
important
reverse,
to. I think it's important to like. This is just my personal opinion. Is like everyone should read Intelligent Investor, and then they should realize that what they're doing is the exact opposite of everything in that book, which is basically like several hundred pages of Benjamin Graham and Warren Buffett telling you you're a fucking idiot. And then if you want to go out there and do whatever, like great. But like, my boomer portfolio has pretty decent performance. And there are years where that versus my active trading account get pretty damn close, man. And then I wonder what the hell I'm doing. Why am I wasting all my time just to maybe slightly outperform the market? And that's sort of the reality of trading. And
so
anyone who tells you otherwise is probably lying.
so in that scenario, like when you have a shit bagger, it happened to me. I'm holding a bag on Cresco, CRLBF. I read that son of a bitch in the Mountain, and now I'm holding it because I'm down to $1.50, $1.60, high of 16. And I'm just holding the shit bag. Does anybody have a recommendation, a realistic recommendation, when you're holding that bag of shit and you don't want to release it, how do you guys look at that as experienced investors of how to get out of that trade, except, buying more shares and holding on to it to come back? Is there any?
Detach yourself
just
emotionally from the investment.
I mean, surely you
That's
have to look at that as a time value of money then. You might as well just get rid of it and then reinvest it in something that you have much more faith in. So you're just losing the time value of money the whole time you're holding it.
Or you can do this what I do: get a couple of knee pads, go behind the Wendy's,
Here,
I
clock
like to
in.
think about it as if, like, it's an expression, right? Like, what do you do when you're holding a bag of shit and you're having trouble getting rid of it? I like to think about it quite literally. If you were in fact holding a bag of steaming shit, are you going to show it to your friends and be like, "Look at this! I should get more," right? It's shit, but maybe it becomes like a big beautiful diamond mountain someday. You're going to immediately throw that shit away. Like, I mean, maybe a few of you, different opinions, but you don't want to hang on to a literal bag of shit. So that's how I like to think about it. So the next time you make a trade, it goes against you, right? Then everybody's telling you it's shit, and in the back of your head, you know it's shit. Remember this: you are physically holding a steaming bag of shit. Why would you continue holding that?
You're
Smell
right.
it.
You're right.
So let's get
He
real
likes the
visceral
smell
with
of
it.
shit.
Steamy, smells like mold, water. Ugh.
I agree with you on that. I've bought on the way down on Cresco, based off of the Safe Banking Act and them being able to have, access to the cannabis sector, being able to have access to the primary market. And now it's down. I'm upside down about 20 grand in it, and I bought. Added 5,000 shares, so every buck it goes up. I'm going to make 5 grand on this son of a bitch, hoping that I could sell on the news. And so I'm holding it, and I'm just wondering if there's any play I can do other than continue to hold it or just sell out of the position and lose the 20 or 20 grand on it. I
You could
appreciate.
sell puts on it. Like, let's say you've averaged cost down. Well, why don't you do this first? Why don't you just sell the entire position and just move on with your life? Or if you're gonna hold the shit, why don't you just sell puts against it? So when
And
it
most-
goes down, you get assigned more shares, and then
Thank you,
get how
Rad.
much you got paid for it.
Wait, why sell puts? If he already owns the shares and he wants them gone, he should be selling covered calls if he's
Because
trying
he
to collect
clearly
premium.
doesn't mind holding shares. So if he wants more shares, but get paid in the meantime while he waits for the price to go up, then he should be selling puts.
Doesn't he think the stock is shit and he's only... It
Yeah.
sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the only reason you own it is because you don't like how much you've lost. And I'm going to be honest, if that's the only reason you own a stock is because the loss is too big, then you're just going to make a bigger loss that's going to be even more annoying. You're making a cycle.
This is where my example comes back in. If you're actually holding in real life a bag of shit, you want to sell covered calls on that bag of shit. My analogy is going to work on any example you guys bring up. You understand? I'm trying to help. If it's shit, get rid of it, right? Like, period. You need to learn how to adapt to trades that go against you based on new information or old information that you weren't privy to or you were in denial of, right? Like, I mean, let's just face it. And the biggest thing that people need to remember is that stock prices cannot be accurately predicted. Period. Anybody that says they can is saying I can predict the future should be locked up in a psych ward because nobody can predict the fucking future. Stock prices are stochastic. That means they are not based on historical prices. The odds of a price going up or down is the same. It's 50% to the upside, 50% to the downside. You don't know what prices are going to do. So you can't just make trades thinking, well, I think it's going to go up, I think it's going to go down. You need solid information. Even then, you're still making a gamble. So that's what you always have to keep in mind. But if you have shit and everybody knows it's shit, everybody is saying it's shit, the news says it's shit, and it looks and smells like shit, it's probably going to remain shit.
And from
That's exact-
fundamental.
I don't know. If you're in Alaska, you can sell moose shit for a lot of money, can't you?
Fucking move to Alaska then.
Real quick, from a policy standpoint, a bunch of us in here were pro pot, but we understand that nothing's going to happen. So from a policy standpoint, I think it's dead money. Just to kind of confirm, it's.
You're saying cannabis sector's dead money based off of trading on policy like the Safe Banking Act, or the cycle of elections that people. That's one thing that gets people out to vote. I'm surprised how many people indica heads are couch locked until the polls open and they think that pot's going to be legal. So when I say a bag of shit,
It's maddening. I don't want to go too long into it because we all know it's shit. But yeah, it's maddening, and we all kind of agree it's just not going to happen for years.
So I took a little bit of a I agree. I took a little bit of a different tact when it came to like this cannabis wave of investment. There's a company called Akerna, and I believe the stocker is KERN. Now I'm not invested in them any longer. I cut my losses a long time ago. To Luce's example, I had a bag of shit and I had to get rid of it. But I thought the concept was really good. So instead of investing in like a cannabis company specifically, I was investing in a company that was a seed to sale tracker, and that they were supposed to basically track, from growth to sale, and allow the governments and the stores and everyone. There was a software, the sales force, if you will, of marijuana. And I thought it was a really, really great idea. I have I think the company is under absolute piss poor management, but conceptually, I like to think to myself, okay, this is the main play, whatever it is. I was thinking of Matterport the other day when everyone's like rushing to NVIDIA for AI investing. Think from a different angle of how you can make that play, but how you can make that play work for you.
I mean, again, we're all bearish on it, so I think I'm bearish on that idea too.
Well, that's a smart concept, though. Instead of during the gold rush, you wouldn't have been the one digging for gold. You're selling the pickaxe to the guy digging for gold. I like that.
Damn Skippy, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Or I'm like, buying on the laborers, for that or something. Yeah, I agree.
Something else.
Yeah. Okay. So I actually have a slightly different take on marijuana stocks. So in general, I'm not on the marijuana hype train, right? With the legislation, whatever. I don't think. Who knows? Like, people have been talking about decriminalization for years and years, and some states have done it fantastic. But when it comes to making money, okay, what I see is, and what all businesses, what profitability is dependent on now forevermore, is supply and demand, right? So if you have a certain amount of supply right now, marijuana becomes federally decriminalized, what happens to supply? It's probably going to jump, right? Supply jumps, what happens to prices? Probably going to come down unless demand rises with supply. So that's the key thing, right? So not necessarily saying prices are destined to come down if it's decriminalized, because maybe there's that much more demand, right? Maybe demand exceeds supply, right? But instead of trying to make that make that speculation, all right, is demand going to outseed supply, or is every single company in the freaking US going to now try to produce or sell marijuana? I'm going to look at the distributors, because if the demand is flat, if supply goes up, if supply is flat, demand goes up, doesn't matter. If marijuana is decriminalized, the distributors will be needed more. So the demand for distribution will go up for sure. And the price of distribution will increase as well. So those are the companies I want to look for.
That's exactly why I made the play in CRLBF, Cresco, because where they sit logistically, they did not go into the retail sector. They got their cost correct at the wholesale sector. So when the demand came huge for flour and you couldn't get it out there to the dispensaries, they were quietly making it profitable for their wholesale business. They're number one in wholesale, and where they've created their factories for that, or their production facilities, sits logistically in the country for distribution. Of course, you still got the legislation of being able to cross state lines with it and all of that stuff. But that's exactly why I chose, in my due diligence, that particular company. Now it goes down to $1.60. I'm holding 5,000 shares at $1.60, waiting for something to pop, and I can smell this thing still steaming.
Yeah. And to give an example, there are plenty of examples, but I'll give a personal example of when I used to off the bathrooms at a commodities trading investment bank, there were these natural gas companies that were just in charge of marketing and transportation, arranging transportation. One of them was particularly small, would make $1 to $2 million net income a year. They had a really small team. You're talking like 3 execs, and then they outsourced the rest. Their costs were pretty minimal, literally like 10 employees, right? So 1 to 2 million in net income a year, not bad. They get their salaries as well, right? They're coasting. They were like in the 40s, the 50s. They don't mind. Good to go, right? They were, in the business of basically transportation and marketing. And here and there, you get these spikes in natural gas prices that result from winter storms, right? So over the past years, 5-7 years, there have been several occasions where there were big winter storms in the Northeast. And then you look at the Henry Hub prices for nat gas, and they would soar like 1,000%, and it was nuts. And you don't see that kind of movement on like the natural gas ETF, right? But on the spot prices, when natural gas is needed like immediately for that area, prices soar. And what also happens is the price for distribution soars. So these distributors one thing they'll do is they'll always have open distribution channels, right? And they know they've been in the business long enough to know that those winter storms are going to happen at some point, and they're always going to be ready. They're always going to have excess capacity. So say they're paying, I don't know, let's keep it very simple. They're paying, or they're charging, I don't know, $1,000 per customer, right? For capacity to send natural gas from, I don't know, the Texas to New York, right? $1,000 a day to send natural gas up there, right? And then they have excess capacity. And the winter storm hits, and suddenly everyone is saying, we need natural gas from Texas. We need it now. And they say, I'll pay you 5,000. I'll pay you 10,000. This company had that excess capacity. Say, okay, sure, $10,000 a day it is. Sure, we'll send it to you. That company that typically made $1 to $2 million a year made $2 million in 1 month, and they do that once every 2 to 3 years, and then they just cash out this massive bonus, and they just be patient. That's what a wise distributor does. So you can do this in any business. You can do this in commodities. You can do this in marijuana. It's look at the shipping stocks, not the container ones, but the dry bulk guys. Everybody's talking about commodity prices, supply and demand there. China shutting down, blah, blah, blah. Look at Diana Shipping. Look at some of those other dry bulk carriers. And it's just business as usual because they're still shipping. Like, people still need distribution. And if there's a supply chain squeeze, but say the containers for shippers, the containers are really expensive. Dry bulk doesn't have to worry about that. The container is the whole ship itself, right? So they just keep shipping, and then they say, hey, we need these materials because there's less, nobody wants to give us a good rate. Dry bulk comes in, saves the day. So, it's not just dry bulk, plenty of examples, but distribution tends to be undervalued when it's not, I don't say when it's not needed, but relative to when it's not needed, when it is needed, it tends to be undervalued. And then when it is needed, that's when those companies make a shit ton of money.
Well, Luce,
Same
you said
thing.
something. Luce, you said something a minute ago. Going back a minute ago, you said that stock pricing is stochastic. Was that you that had mentioned that?
Yeah. Prices are market prices are stochastic.
Just market prices being stochastic. In relation to that, there's momentum trading. So I'm trying to get my head around that concept of momentum trading against your example of market prices being stochastic. Do you feel that momentum trading is just not a viable strategy then?
Dude, so this is where I'm torn. So, and all stochastic means is that future prices are random, right? There's random probabilities, and I think this. It's not just. You might think of plenty of other concepts in general, right? Not just stock market prices that you would apply this to, especially for the statisticians. The 3 statisticians in WallStreetBets out of 14 million members. But yeah, some of you are probably familiar with this concept, not just relating to stock prices. But you're right. There seems to be evidence of momentum working as it relates to trading. So here's the rub. Short term, intraday. And you don't have to just take it from me. Look at the technical analysis gurus, Jerry Parker. Look at the video that I linked earlier. There are good sources. There are white papers on technical analysis and what's evidence to work. Short-term intraday is unreliable. It really is. Like TA for the short-term intraday is unreliable, and a lot of the people that use TA intraday, they don't have a strict criteria for knowing when to get in and get out. So that's why a lot of times you hear people say, I see the chart doing this and I feel like it's going to, but this RSI and I use this and I use that, right? Ask them to give you a systematic strategy, a step-by-step, an instruction manual, if you will, and wait years for them to do that, because a lot of them are trading based on what they think, what they believe. It's an issue. If it works for them, great, but there's an issue when it can't be replicated, right? And that means you don't have a systematic strategy and you can't backtest it. You can't evidence that it works. That's an issue for statisticians, for scientists, right? Whatever. So in the short term, prices are stochastic. Over the long term, momentum works. So Jerry Parker, one of the turtle traders, if you guys know about him, he specifically uses 100 and 200-day moving averages. That's it. He doesn't use any short-term stuff. Like, those are the averages he relies on. Very long-term averages, and the guy knocks it out of the park. He beats the S&P by like 20 to 30% each year. It's insane. He doesn't have to sit at his computer. He doesn't have to look at MACD, RSI, Bollinger Bands. Like, doesn't have to look at any of that shit. He just looks like every now and then, oh, look, 100-day, 200-day crossover. Okay, I guess I'll buy that stock. And then a year later, he's making like 500% on Moderna, So it's insane that over the long term, still the simplest strategies are the ones that work best. And over the short term, there's a lot of evidence to the contrary that technical analysis works. And when I say short term, I mean like a couple days, intraday, maybe even within a couple weeks. But long term momentum definitely has some evidence behind it that it actually works. Short term market prices are indeed stochastic, as in what's the price of GameStop right now? It is $24.25. What is it going to be a second from now? Who the fuck knows? It's stochastic. So that's what I mean when I say stochastic. yeah. There's a good chance,
I
right?
just want to add to that too. Like, I've read that if you combine momentum with like the value premium, such as like small cap value stocks, because they tend to be they're more volatile, but they can potentially have more future gains compared to growth stocks. So that's something I've been reading about too.
Yeah. That answer your question, Avid? I think it was Avid that asked.
Absolutely answered the question, and I agree with you, because when, not to be loquacious again, but right, when somebody's out there pimping a short-term strategy, they're usually pimping Fibonacci or some sort of algorithm for short-term gains, and I agree with you that that plays into momentum trading short-term, not proven. Every time I've tried to, I don't buy into that, but I kind of watch it to try to learn a short-term strategy. But I always go back to a longer-term strategy. And when we talked about momentum, going full circle, um, you know, trading on earnings, especially if there's been earnings revisions that are A plus going up. Take a look at that. For example, the Kroger trade, wanting to do an options trade on the Kroger earnings out on May 23rd earnings announcement. That is kind of a momentum trade. It's momentum on earnings. It should be reflected in stock price. So I agree with you. Short term, long term, stochastic pricing. The examples that you made did answer my question and it clarified it.
Ooh. I feel like I've been talking a lot, so I might
No,
just
you're good. You're
shut
adding
up
a
for a
lot,
while.
Bruce. This is good. Again, these are probably the apes that won all the short-term plays are probably upset, but this is good for people to just understand their own risk tolerance.
I can give you a short-term cannabis-related tangent for the apes. So, IIPR is Innovative Industrial Properties. It's a REIT that manages cannabis, and check out their filings at the end of February. They basically said what they're seeing is price compression, which Lou spoke of, due to not only the influx of supply, but because of just general production efficiency. But at the same time, they can't manage the same level of production facilities because they're not making margin. So these real estate trusts that manage production facilities for cannabis growers in the United States are seeing people default on their lease obligations, and basically they call out in their guidance for the year which regions are going to be hardest hit. So check those out. You can go to the sec.gov website and search their Edgar filings and just type in IIPR. But short term, I think that you're going to see a massive sell-off of properties by these companies that over leveraged in terms of their dispensaries and their production facilities. So I would not even touch like the actual underlying stocks like Sundial because they're so low, but that real estate trust has a lot of meat on the bone. So I think if you really want to play the price compression, you just get like maybe go out to, I don't know, like early summer and get puts out of the money on IIPR or something similar that does cannabis real estate, because those are the ones that are going to have to find new people to take over these facilities that have been custom built for cannabis production. And obviously there's produce that can be grown in those types of facilities, but there are other facilities that were actually experiencing something going on within the grow that was causing I guess some sort of mold. So there's properties that have to deal with the soil being rehabbed before they can even bring in produce to grow there. So it's an interesting like tangent to shorting cannabis during this period of retail shrinkage and massive layoffs within the industry.
Was that India Papa Romeo?
Yeah, and like I said, don't go crazy. Just like check out the filings end of February. But if I were going to play cannabis, I would be short that company specifically.
I appreciate that. I know you've brought them up before, so I've not done that yet, but that's a nice way to show that or have that sentiment in your portfolio.
Yeah, because I mean,
If
let's be
you
real, like cannabis doesn't benefit from supply and demand because there's federal regulation that prevents people who want to enjoy it from actually enjoying it, whether it's because they work for the government, which is like a major component of our workforce. Hell, there were people that got hired by the Biden administration that thought he was pro cannabis and then found out they were going to get drug tested and didn't ended up getting hired. So it's like you have all these people that want to smoke but can't. Then you have all these distributors that want to cross state borders but can't. Like the whole industry does not like function efficiently because of the federal regulation and the whole interstate transport laws.
if you are looking for another pickaxe play in that industry, I think we'd shit. I work in the industry, but Avery Dennison, as far as I've been able to tell, manufacture the RFID labels, which have been adopted by most of the states that go legal for tracking the plants from, basically seed to sale. So if you got a outlook for the cannabis, Avery Dennison, let me check. Just looking at it. AVY.
Alpha Delta Eureka or Yak?
Alpha Victor Yak.
Oh, Alpha Victor Yak. Got you.
Like I said, I'm not real bullish on the cannabis market as a whole, but they do the RFID tags, which are used for every single item in the industry.
Mindless, you keep talking shit. You're here. You gonna speak or not? Mindless as always.
Can you pull him in?
He's
He is
here.
in here.
He's
He's at the bottom.
unmuted, and he's not saying a damn thing.
Oh.
Another guy that says, "All right, I'm leaving," and then
He's-
continues to spam chat for the next 2 hours.
He's running an AI company.
His program's loading.
Speak up, mindless.
This.
Yeah, his voice alternator is not functioning right now.
He said, by the way, I didn't know this, but he said he was the first guy to mention FRC. I did not know that. How interesting. I thought there were other people talking about it.
Did you notice the people that make those claims don't ever provide evidence?
Oh, no, you see, that's blasphemy. You're speaking ill of the good people here.
See, the secret is claim to be the person who was the first to talk about a trade that didn't work out, and then it's all yours, and no one will ever fight you for it. Like, I can be like, I'm the first one to talk about ape. No one's going to fight me for that. Someone might have said it first. They're not going to fight me. It's all mine.
Yeah. I
Ape
provide
is
evidence.
Rad's reptile play.
Yeah, I provide evidence in most of my plays. Oh, George is here. Oh, I was gonna say one more thing on the TA guys, like, or anybody that says like my strategies work, blah blah blah, or the YouTubers. Just because they have a shit ton of followers, like, don't immediately believe them. What you should do is say, can you provide back tested results of all your trades? Tell us, like, show us that your trades have worked. If they can't, they're full of shit. Like, period. There's no if, ands, or buts. There's no like, oh, but this one trade worked, or no. It's if they have a strategy and they say it works, if they're a big fucking YouTuber, it doesn't matter. If they can't provide you back tested evidence that their strategies work, they're full of shit. That goes for anybody ever, period. If they're using strategies that are already evidence, like, for example, a lot of the trades I make are Tasty Trade style. I don't need to backtest them because Tasty Trade already did for me, right? So, and then value investing. Okay, free cash flow yield. I go off of that. I'll share a paper on free cash flow yield, but it's not my strategy. I didn't create it, right? So if somebody's pitching their own strategy, you need to check backtested results. If they don't have it, they're fucking bullshit.
And if their strategy is just showing you peaks and troughs connected by a line, like we've been saying, the stock market does not follow geometry, so never pay attention to those.
Fractals.
The truth is, if someone had a strategy that worked every single time, you wouldn't know about it.
As I often tell people who are like new, I actually just yesterday I went to talk to some students. I go to this university to do like here and there I'll do like little seminars and teach them how to mop floors. But also sometimes like I got a few friends, and sometimes I'll just like run into a bunch of students and like they know who I am, so I just talk to them. And I was talking to them about the same thing, and it's yeah, it's always the fucking same. It's like, literally. But anyways, I digress. I have an imaginary woman coming to visit me from out of town. She's a good friend, so I have to clean my house. I have to go.
Well, is their name Georgia Underwood?
Maybe if George is wearing that nice cherry red lipstick again, he can come by.
With the dumpster granny panties.
It was definitely journalist.
You could piss in my sink anytime, Georgia.
Forgot about that shit.
Lilu.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm in somebody's like I picked up shares this morning. The ticker KC, artificial intelligence and so forth. It's not a big move. I'm just looking for lunch money, really. But it is. We're checking it out because it's moving a little bit, and I'm in like somebody else's car, and it's the speakers are going left and that's in my earphones, and then good lord.
Just regaled us with like 3 different tales mashed into one. That's beautiful. I'm glad you're here because I have to leave. I'm not glad that you're arrived when I have to leave. I'm quite sad about that. But at
Can
least
we make
good entertainment.
Georgia a moderator?
I was gonna say, when is Georgia getting mod status?
A spam opinion. You do one of those. What are the like? What do they do this on Twitch or something? Where it's like spam this emoji to make this mod, or you know what I'm talking about? And like rhymes. Just do that and tag opinion. Somebody come up with one of those like jingles or whatever they're called, and
Yeah, he's
spam
got his
opinion
own
until we make him a mod.
spam. He's already got his own emoji, so spam his emoji, right? Until he becomes a mod. It's not hard. Not many people have their own emoji.
Since I heard that WSB is a democracy, opinion has to abide by the votes. Opinion, say nothing if you agree.
Do be careful though. His opinion is unpopular.
I think it's more like an anarchist capitalism. If that makes sense.
No, it didn't.
All right, folks, have fun. I'll probably be out.
Can you hear me?
Tomorrow as well. Oh fuck.
Yes,
Whoever-
we can hear you, mindless.
I can't believe. So we should kick out Lebowski Grand for being the only person to downvote Georgia.
Man.
I want to be
mindless.
too, then.
Speak up. We could hear you. We were
Make me
very
mod.
interested.
Okay, I'll stay for Mindless to hear what he has to say. Mindless, go ahead.
I mean, you're putting me on the spot a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, what's up? Well, you came up on stage. This is the stage.
How's everyone's days going? We good?
Oh,
You
quite
gotta
well.
fucking play for us or what, buddy?
Can we make a play off of having a good or bad day? Tell us.
Well, let's hear what he's got to say. What do you got to say, Mindless?
Alright, I am long on AI.
We're all out of time for Mindless. Thanks, Mindless, for coming up. Everyone have a good weekend. I gotta go. I'm very busy. I'm gonna be very busy tending to my imaginary girlfriend. So have fun.
Loose. See you, buddy.
Is your girlfriend made out of porcelain?
I mean, I don't want to talk about people's personal lives, so I don't think you should either. Goodbye.
I think more latex, Ryler.
Like full body?
Not gonna dox him.
Got his
All
jam.
right,
Georgia,
gentlemen.
Full latex.
You're on rad time now, so keep it in line.
Can I ask Georgia if he has any like kind of off the beaten path plays like involving like oil or steel or something that nobody's really has on their radar?
No, you're not allowed to ask him that.
Okay.
I did oil.
Go ahead.
I did oil a couple years ago, and I'm like a day trader on real estate. My favorite was like owning the Empire State Building. I just love that. I love that to death. I don't care how much money I make. I just want to own the damn building.
See this guy?
Well,
He's like fucking.
Wait, how did
bought
you do that
Bitcoin.
though? Like,
I bought Bitcoin a year ago. I'm a fucking visionary. What a loser.
Yeah, I bought Bitcoin a whole year.
Whoa. Don't talk to fucking Georgia like that.
Hello?
No, I'm talking to fucking mindless.
Yeah, I bought Bitcoin
Oh, is he
before
still here?
everyone, before the hype. Now everyone's just buying it. You know?
Yeah, we all bought it because of you, buddy.
Let him speak. Let's not get too aggressive out of
Alright,
nowhere. All
guys,
he's done is said he
relax.
bought Bitcoin.
Exactly. You see how they act? They're like apes.
I'm still
Relax.
trying to figure out how to invest in the Empire State Building. Can we get more on that?
Let's see. ESRT, I believe, is the ticker. And there's two tickers for the Empire State Building. One of them is the building, and I think the other one is for the shows that they do there. Marketing, tourists. But what I do is it's with right now it's at a low. I would be buying that, and then
Yeah, I see that.
A couple $100 you pick up like just one share. But that it's not a major play, but I do those a lot. I owning the Empire State Building. Love it.
Well, you're buying into
Is he
commercial
trolling?
space as real estate as opposed to residential, which is at a at a premium, or like again I've mentioned to you, Georgia, land, LAND, agricultural land. Out of all the real estate plays, I would think that commercial space would be, especially at that valuation, would be the most risky.
Yeah. Like with interest rates going up, probably like any variety of fixed income, yeah, is actually going to be a bad investment. That's true. It really just depends on whether you want to own real estate or not. So you're either going to have a split personality for your portfolio, or either stay away from it or go all in. I have a split personality. I'll own it.
Well, that's why I love the ag, because the taxation is not pressured, and you have a guaranteed marketplace for. There's 0% vacancy in agricultural land. There's 0% in the past. There's 0% in the future, and there's a demand, no matter what's going on in the economy, for multiple people to bid on the leases for ag land.
All right, guys. Google just released their large language model called Bard. So
I'm sorry, what's the ticker? What's the
I
ticker?
think the consensus is the ticker is Goog. I believe it's GOOG. The consensus is it's not as good as
Is that Google?
yes, Google Bard. It's their new.
I haven't heard of that one.
Let him talk. I know it's weird.
Yeah, it's
Small,
a big
very
company.
small cap. Yeah, I know. It's okay.
It's one of the largest companies in the world, actually.
I know. I've been a shareholder for years, man. Your comedy sense is for AI. It's pretty bad.
He is an AI.
That was hilarious. Anyway,
Have you wait? Have you heard of Apple?
Don't
what's
tell
the
them.
ticker? What's the ticker?
Have you heard of
It's REE Romeo Echo Echo.
Well, so what's the new news about Bard? What were you saying about Bard?
Yeah. So before I was rudely interrupted, I was just explaining.
Hilariously interrupted.
No, I was just explaining how the general consensus is it's nowhere near as good as OpenAI's large language model, commonly referred to as GPT-4. So what does this mean? What do you think is going to happen to Google?
Well, Google already took a really large hit when they tried to ask
after their
Bard
demonstration.
about.
Have
Yeah,
you seen their
exactly.
stock
So
price, though? What's their stock
I don't
price
think
doing
this.
today?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any more reaction off of AI, whether unless there's another large public either failure or demonstration. I think it's trading at true valuation. I don't think we're
that's-
going to go in either direction on that.
I think with this new public release, now that it's actually in the hands of the public and people are, experiencing how bad it is, it might set even more fair.
So here's the
I mean,
thing.
if it
So hold
does,
on,
it's
guys.
just because of that whole media coverage on AI. I mean, it's like Nvidia is trading, way above their PE just because of the media push on AI. So, I mean, I don't necessarily like to play that
And it's
temporary
been
push
up.
on just
Sorry,
the
not to
media. Yeah.
interrupt, Mr. Java. He's got old news. This
No, go ahead.
came out
This
a
is a
few days
conversation.
ago.
Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah,
No,
it's been out for a few days, and look at the share price. It's jumping leaps and bounds over everything else. So you're late to the party.
Well, I
again.
mean, isn't the whole concept of AI is that it learns off of the mistakes it makes, right? So when making those mistakes and in the larger interactions with more people, is that it will improve at a drastic rate, which is why GPT-4 came out at such a quick rate, right? I mean, that was the whole concept of that.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, I didn't hear that either.
I was snoring because we've talked about this a bajillion times, and I'm very bullish on Google. Hold on, no, let me say my point. You asked me to talk. I'm very bullish on Google. This news has been out for days. The stock has been running. I'm not bearish on it. You can buy puts if you want to, but I'm not going to.
No, I'm neither. I for me, it's a little
Java,
bit
I'm
more
not talking to you,
undecided.
buddy. You're good.
Oh.
Java, you're good.
It was literally released on Tuesday. He's acting like it's like a week old or something.
If you're going to try to trade on binary news, you have to be ahead of it, not days behind it.
So you're
As far
long
as
on
the
Google.
stock market goes, Tuesday might as well be 4 months ago for information.
All right, I do have some other intel to relay.
That was not intel.
Wait, is it Intel stock?
America made a ton of money off Intel calls last week.
Mindless, what other information would you like to share? And I will ask the other speakers to keep an open mind, at least as he shares.
So here's another one. So a guy called Balaji, the former what was he? He was at Stripe or something like that. But rich guy. He has made $1 million bet that within the next 90 days, Bitcoin is gonna rise to $1 million. Now there's been speculation that this is a huge factor into why the price of Bitcoin is rising so rapidly. It should be noted that he has come out and said that 99% or something around this percentage of his net worth is in Bitcoin. So in theory, all he needs to sort of counteract that $1 million loss is for Bitcoin to rise about 3 or 4%, which I'm pretty sure it has already. What do you guys
No,
think about this?
I mean, I think it's hitting a volatility state. It dropped by over $1,000 yesterday while I was in rehearsal. I was like watching. I was like, "Oh crap! What the hell's going on with Bitcoin?" And now it's recouping that same loss, like literally as we speak.
Mr. Java, did you see why it sold off?
No, I did it again. I was in the rehearsal, so I would love.
You need to check Coinbase's filings with the SEC before.
No, cool. Thanks.
That plays into my theory about FTX. When FTX, found out this isn't like a real thing, then you start having the FDIC, then you start having some bank problems, and the FTX, that's just outright fraud and breaking the law. But what it does is
Georgia, can you
Hold
explain
on.
what you mean by FTX?
Do we think FTX was really a fraud, or do you think it was just a young CEO who fucked up? What do we think?
No, 100%.
Dude, we're all getting dumber here.
I mean, if you're an adult and someone hands you $1 million and you walk up in another direction to do whatever you want, you're going to jail, buddy. That's fraud. I mean, if you're 16, okay, the rules might be a little bit different, but
he's not an experienced founder. He's just
He is,
a kid.
and you're trolling, and it was fraud. And they
Wait,
ruled
was
on
he?
this
Yeah,
already.
he's a waste
Been
of time.
arrested.
He has not been found guilty on any charges yet.
Arrested.
He has been arrested.
and he's going to be charged.
He has been
Okay.
arrested, but he has not yet been found guilty. So innocent until proven
so
guilty is what they say.
okay,
Yeah, but he's going to be guilty soon. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's because the list is so long that they just haven't finished filling it out. But that's beside the point.
I think we got a little bit off topic.
Yeah,
because you're trolling about Sam Bankman-Fried when Georgia was just explaining the fraud.
Yeah,
Right. Go
so
on, Georgia.
Great. So FTX really was the catalyst. So how does this affect the banks? Well, do you treat Bitcoin like a commodity, or in some cases, is it in some accounts is it always treated like a commodity? And in a clearinghouse like Silvergate, and some of the other operations, the answer is no, it's not. Look, Coinbase got a notice from the SEC having to do with interest being accumulated on the coin they have. roundabouts. This is what I'm getting at. I don't have the exact all of the exact perfect information, but with banks having trouble, inflation going up, don't you think what you're going to find? And look, there's a run on the bank. There's here in here that was just the other day. There was like a bank teller, and he's like, I couldn't give the lady all of her $2,000. I just gave her 1,500. But don't you think
What bank was that?
all of the money is going to go to Bitcoin? Because people are going to start asking like their brother-in-law or whomever, like the bank wouldn't give me the money. Where can
Right.
and he's like, oh, you not you know that Bitcoin thing? That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
You do
So
the
this is
Bitcoin and then you can use like whatever everything from PayPal to Venmo to so yeah, I think
kind of
that
related to
Coinbase
Balaji.
has gone down today because of the SEC. No, SEC talked to them or sent them a notice. But I think what is going to happen is they're they're going to go right back up. There's going to be a lot of money pouring into Bitcoin. Push it up.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say is this is kind of Balaji's point. He has proclaimed that most of these banks, consumer
And
banks,
and
that
as
people have
soon
put
as
money in,
and as
they're
soon
they're
as
actually
I
insolvent.
get my
And he
lunch money from
what?
a couple of the trades that I've done this morning,
Yeah.
and write some couple calls, I'm going to take a long-term position on
BTC.
Coinbase. Probably it's kind of expensive though. So that's the question. Is like when do you get in on it and how do you go long Coinbase?
So
I don't
for
think that
me,
they're in violation of any rules, but you see what ended up happening when FTX basically frauded themselves out of the market. It put a lot of balance sheets. They had
Yeah.
to readjust what is held as collateral for many other different types of loans, from everything from mortgages to home loans to equity, like a second to lines of credit, things like that. So now they've been readjusting that. That's the reason, my opinion, for the increased liquidity that the Department of the Treasury is trying to inject by holding these they have daily auctions now for what is it, the Treasury note, I think. So rather than weekly, it's bills and notes. It's one of them.
All right. Let's reel it in
Rather than
back in.
weekly, they do it every day.
Let's,
And the reason
Can
is
I
that
interrupt, Georgia?
they know that nearly every single bank is out of adjustment. That's the real problem here. And no, I don't think that they're breaking the laws, but when FTX went under, and how the clearinghouses, people who are handling the Bitcoin, have so much money running through their machines, banks have to contend with that. And I think that they've tried it an old-fashioned way, and I think that's what you're looking at right now is the effects of that.
Well, Georgia, there's no. I believe there's no difference between what happened with FTX and what happened with MF Global on the commodities exchanges with John Corzine. And
The bullish on coin.
I think it's going to shake out the same way as MF Global did when that fraud happened. John Corzine perpetuated that fraud. The Bitcoin or the those are going to cover just like commodities did under the last MF Global.
An SEC notice, while scary, and it is definitely headline news, it is not necessarily a death sentence. Most major financial companies, all of them, have multiple actions against them at any given time, but it's just not headline newsworthy. They're always getting audited, always asking for this. Not saying it's good, but I don't think it's a death nail for Coinbase to kind of go with your thesis there, Georgia.
Does anyone want to sort of outline and explain this SEC notice against Coinbase for the people that don't understand? Obviously, I understand, but for the people that don't.
For a friend?
Yeah, yeah. Why don't you inform everyone else on this filing?
I haven't read it yet, to be frank. I've been on this talk since I've been out and about, but someone mentioned something about the way the interest was accrued. So they still offer a lot of staking rewards, and they have one of the largest markets in the way of altcoins. So, and they've gotten in trouble for some of their actions too. So, I mean, I think Coinbase, I think all the crypto space has a little hair on it, and I'm talking from having experience in it for at least 7 or 8 years now. So I don't know the full details of it yet, but when they start questioning about your business actions and stuff, look for a fine, look for the way they have to refine their business. It's still in the early throes of where it's going to pan out, crypto and Bitcoin in general, for the general consensus. So I hope that answers it without knowing the exact details.
Very insightful. Very insightful.
It was a bunch of insider trading with like a 1934 or something violation. I can't remember the exact date. I think it was in the 8K that was released yesterday. They were talking about it on the Reddit talk.
Yeah, and they've gotten in trouble for that before too. So I do know what that means. So let's say they've got shitcoin 2.0 coming out. Well, a bunch of their developers or whoever executives will go out and buy 100,000 shitcoin 2s, and then it goes out and it pumps 40% and they sell it. So they've been fined for that before. So if they're a repeat offender, maybe it could be a little more drastic on the fines.
One detail I do remember is it said no employees or nobody with the company had bought shares since February 8th. I think it had all been selling.
And we've definitely had some bears on the talk in general. And I know we've had some put holders. I don't know if they're on the call right now or the talk right now, but
so what do we
Did
think?
you guys not see the notice that Coinbase rolled out yesterday morning before this notice was even issued by the SEC?
Would you like to elaborate?
What you say, buddy?
Does anybody even use Coinbase that's on the chat?
I do have a couple $1,000 in BTC
Okay,
on
well,
Coinbase.
open your Coinbase app, like on your phone, and then see the notice that they give you.
All right, 1 second. Can we get like some elevator music going?
All I see is the staking shit.
Yeah, so you see a staking notice. What does it say?
It says basically anything that's staked needs to be unstaked, but the determinant of the timeline on it is determined on the asset. Is this based off of the recent?
Anything else about third party?
No, not for me.
Okay, so I got one that was like basically saying these assets that offer yield are not the responsibility of Coinbase, they're the responsibility of the third party. To me, the notice that they issued yesterday within the app was aimed at tokens like Solana that if you leave them on Coinbase, you're expecting some sort of yield, or you can stake them in a separate wallet, or just leave them in a cold storage. But yesterday, it was very clear that they were saying this is not our responsibility. This is Solana's responsibility, because if it becomes Coinbase's responsibility, then it's sort of like a dividend. And I think that's where they run into issues with the whole security, because it's like, well, if you're expecting, Coinbase to give you 4% APY on USDC, which they offer some users, and then other people are only getting like half a percentage point, and then you got Solana for some users that are getting near 6%, and all these different rates and all these different people complaining that they're not getting the same rate. Coinbase is just like, screw this, like this is the responsibility of the token issuer to manage going forward. and we're just going to allow the exchange to function and, basically make our money off of our custodian fees, our institutional management, and whatever margin we make off people trading. But if they really get this through, then Ethereum or anything that has a contract nature to it is going to be a security. Bitcoin is going to remain a commodity. They'll have different tax rates and different obligations in terms of if they offer yield, whose responsibility that is. And then they'll probably do something where if it's a company like Solana, they're going to have to register as offering a security and then go through whatever regulation they decide should pertain to a company like that. And if they start opening up balance sheets for these companies that are offering yield on their coins, they're going to realize that all their balance sheets are basically like cash equivalents and not actually cash, and nobody's collateralized to offer this yield long term. So I think the SEC, FDIC, and the Biden administration knew that they were going to make this move, and they were just letting all the dirty crypto banks collapse first so they could see who was laundering money. And then once they did that, they shifted 10,000 Bitcoin to Coinbase to see who was going to move money off of Coinbase that they already knew was laundering money through Silvergate and Signature Bank. And now that they've swept all the dirty money out of the banks, they're going to start locking people up. And then they're going to basically eliminate all the shit coins and leave Bitcoin and Ethereum standing and charge everyone different capital gains rates on mining versus just holding and staking.
That's hell of a fucking theory.
Yeah, it could be wrong, but everything that has played out so far confirms the Operation Choke Point 2.0 theory.
I mean, when the banks, dropped the stocks and all the fucking news, like, and then crypto starts pumping. It was a combination of Binance loading up on buying back Bitcoins. So, that was a little manipulation on that piece, but now it's changed from my theory on just being MMs going in, big money, and Binance buying up, to now being, something else. Like, why would, if banks are going down, like, I'm going to move my money to crypto? Like, that, it just didn't make sense. At least that's what people were thinking, right?
That's why crypto was invented. Crypto was literally invented
for
because of
2008 for the real estate. It was more because of the money.
Yeah, you can't get your own money, and why would you want to hold all your money with someone who can just print more? Literally,
yeah, but you had the crypto banks fail first, then you had the normal banks, right? So now you're like, oh well, the normal banks go back to crypto. It just didn't make sense. Like, if the FTX stuff and didn't happen, I would agree, but it didn't.
No, it does.
First.
See, I don't think you understand. You don't have
Crypto exists outside of these institutions that sit on top of it, like FTX.
Yeah,
So,
understood. That's, the banks and shit for crypto was created just to trade them. And then, of course, people got greedy.
What?
But
you can still hold and trade crypto without going through an institution like FTX, and that's why I think people are sort of starting to
I'm
think
talking about for the
now that
common person.
with all the speculation of the markets taking a turn. I think that's why, that's the theory everyone's got, that's why it's pumping, because everyone's going in on this safer bet that can't be printed
Yeah,
or
but to move
controlled
your
by the
money
government.
from your bank account in, let's say, Silicon Valley, like, to move it to crypto, how are you doing it?
Thoughts?
Huh?
I think he said 4x, maybe.
All right.
I'm not sure. No, hold on. We're not gonna step over
Is the
point.
U.S. economy fucked, and
Mindless.
is Bitcoin the answer? Go.
Mindless. We're not done talking what Jay Bourbon was saying. Don't just do that. Don't read from your script.
Yeah, exactly. Can't even answer it.
Jesus Christ. So no, you do have to use your bank. Go ahead, Lebowski.
I say no, he's gone. But we've been talking about crypto. Why do we keep coming back to this? I don't know. Well,
Fair enough. Yeah, let's. I mean, Bourbon, you're right. You do have to use your bank, but it is supposed to be a flight to something different, and that's it. You don't have to agree with it, but that's why people do it.
I just want to say though,
is Coinbase safe to short right now because they just got a Wells notice, and if you understand how serious a Wells notice is, then you'd understand it's not just a normal 8K that they filed. Like, it is a precursor to like the SEC shutting down a significant portion of their business. And that's why, some of you that were on the 2 calls yesterday probably heard some people freaking out and instantly moving everything off Coinbase and paying exorbitant fees, because if the Wells notice leads to the SEC freezing assets, all your crypto on Coinbase is going to be locked up. So, just saying.
So they offer a
Really
wallet too. They do
What's
offer
that?
a wallet, the not your keys, not your crypto thing. So they even have a play and can make money off of that.
Yeah, but
Even if you have someone that
their
wants to.
wallet is shady, bro. Like, I'll tell you one
Sure.
thing: you
So what
cannot
if you die?
exchange, you cannot exchange Tether within their Web3 wallet as it stands right now, because if you swap Matic to USDT, it automatically sends it on a different chain, and Coinbase has this like bug where if you look at their wallets, anything that has a stable coin that's been swapped on Matic is stuck on Ethereum, and they won't fix the bug. So there's like thousands and thousands of dollars that are sitting on a parallel chain that they have the private keys for, that if they gave the keys, people could access their own wallets within Web3 and basically, fix the funds that are stuck. But Coinbase won't do it. So like there's all these different things that their wallet has like issues with. So I wouldn't even recommend using Coinbase's wallets right now, just because there's so many issues that literally just go on any like GitHub or like subreddit asking for help with Matic versus Ethereum. Like, that's the primary 2 chains they're using for some of these wallets for Web3. But that's just one issue. Like, there's going to be a flight to safety, but everybody's trying to sit on this fence because they're not sure which way Biden's going to lean. Because on one hand, he has an SEC that is anti-Ethereum, but pro-cryptocurrency, allegedly. And then on the other hand, they're saying we see the possibility of a centralized digital US currency, but they want to make sure that they get all the money laundering swept up before they make this thing federal.
Cool. I hope it works for you. I don't know. I'm not going to step in either way, but I still hold my Bitcoin. So
The thing I don't get about the like having a separate wallet is like if something happens to you, do you need to have like a treasure map for your family to get the coins out?
No, you just basically need to have like a safety deposit box in 2 different locations and randomize the order of the passphrase, and
Well,
just
if
like have people know, like if your wife knows, oh, this is the actual order, and she puts that order in one safety deposit box, and then another treasure is in a different safety deposit box at a different bank, and then in your will it says, hey, this is who's allowed to access these 2 locations, then that's pretty much all you need to do.
I get what you're saying, but it's just I find it funny that I said, "Do you need a treasure map?" and then you basically described exactly
No,
that.
you need a will.
yeah,
You need a will,
yes,
No,
dude.
I
you
know. I
do.
was
No,
confused.
you do,
Just need a
Ryler.
will, bro.
So,
It's
but
literally the
what
same
if
thing
I
people do for their fucking diamonds.
keep it in the GBTC trust? Do you find
Well,
that to
you
be
don't own
safe?
that Bitcoin. You just hold shares of something that has Bitcoin as
Okay.
its main asset,
I thought they
and
were gonna convert it at some point.
they're litigating converting the trust to an ETF, and that's ongoing right now in the state of Delaware in their
Okay.
chancery court. So you got to pay attention to that case.
All right, Mindless is back.
But yeah,
I have a
I hold
question.
GBTC, but I swing trade GBTC and ETHE. And
Can
then
you
I
buy
hold
options on that?
XP. No, you can't. That's the whole point. They're trusts, and if they were
Mhm.
ETFs, you could. And if they convert them to ETFs, that's when you get all the options money coming in and out, all the potential institutional holders coming in and out, like the dividends start coming in and out. there's a whole bunch of different things that aren't available on the market because these things are treated as like different entities. Anyway,
Why do
I
you
would go
think
long
Biden?
ETHE.
Hey guys, you want to talk about something else? I mean, I like
Yeah,
the
let's talk about something else.
there's it's I mean I like the crypto talk because it's in with the it's actually what's going on having
Well,
to do
you're
with the
long Coinbase, and I think that was like the precursor. So feel free to take it wherever you want.
All right. So as of this morning, I think it's this morning, there's two tickers symbols that are now trading. I gotta get my information right. The two tickers to look at are FUTU. It is FUTU, and then the other one is KC. And look at some of their news reports. Look at what's going on with them. They're now FUTU. Let me get this. Apparently, is some type of Robin Hood for the Hong Kong market. So it's similar to Robin Hood for the Chinese. I didn't know this stuff, but apparently it's trading on the Nasdaq exchange and also the ticker symbol KC. So now the Nasdaq is with these two ticker symbols anyway. You've linked Hong Kong exchange and the Nasdaq exchange, so they trade like 24 hours, and it's just happened like within the last 24 hours. It's something to look at.
Did you buy into these already, George?
Yeah, it's not a lot of money though. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. I bought KC, but I did that basically because the options tracking website options strat that Luce mentioned it before. So it's like stands for options strategies, and you can see large option trades. That's what they track, large option trades. And I think Luce was talking about how they have a calculator and all that. But I didn't do. I'm not that dangerous. I just wanted to see what was going on. And so people were buying call options on the ticker KC. So I just went long KC. And really, uh, I'm just going with the volume of water. I'm not even like really in the know. I'm just in the sea. I'm just like going along with them. It's not a lot of money that I've put into it.
No, we appreciate that. People are commenting in the chat, so thank you. It's very succinct, and we always appreciate your addition to the chat. I think I hear him blushing. Aw.
What?
I mean, I do a lot of voices. I don't even know what that was.
So,
Mindless trying
I
to do an
believe the
elephant.
floor.
I don't know.
I believe the floor is mindless investments. Go ahead, mindless.
All right. How's everyone doing?
Bloody brilliant, lad. I'm bloody brilliant. How are you?
Looks like he decided to leave. So
rubbish.
He got a bit scared and just left. So I think he may be maybe hiding under his bed. I don't know what's going on with him.
Sorry, I think he tried to do a Chewy imitation, didn't do it well, and then fell off. So that's why I thought it was my call. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Bumbla. You're good.
So, what stock is going to the moon next? Somebody, I have a humble request.
Romeo
I need
Echo
a
Echo.
I need a 20 million% return today, and I need it in the next 10 minutes. So get on it, boys. What do we got?
Moon rocks. You need to get moon rocks today.
I'm thinking of grabbing some unobtainium from that CGI planet, but I'm not certain if they still do that.
Yeah, you have 3.5 hours to give. Yes. Oh, go ahead, Georgia.
Well, with that kind of return, you gotta look in the trash, man. So something that somebody's throwing away. Yeah.
Wisdom, everyone. Wisdom.
The unobtainium stuff, nibblers put it out and use it to fly this stuff in Futurama. All their
That's dark
rocket
matter.
ships. Dark matter? Oh, okay. My bad.
No, unobtainium was from the first Avatar, and then in the second Avatar they forgot about it and decided that it was actually juice.
Don't spoil it. Got you, Rad. Got your back.
It's not
Which
spoiling anything.
which Avatar was better, the first or the second?
Oh my god, the second one is so fucking awful.
The first one was Dances with Wolves with really nice CGI. The second one was Whaling is Bad with really nice CGI.
I couldn't wait for it to be over. It was so bad. I was like, man, this keeps going on and on. Like they could have ended it like 45 minutes ago.
It's too painful.
It's also like the top grossing movie of all time, so what the F do we know?
And like almost yeah. Hey, it made me close out my Disney shorts. So I saved some money, I guess.
So
that's terrible.
So slut spoiler. What stocks are making us enough money so we can spoil some sluts? What are we thinking today?
AI to the moon.
I read that. So pre-market, I was reading the this Hindenburg article, and basically they explain what a credit company does, and then they proceeded to say that all the criminals are using it, and all the cool kids are doing it, and it's really awesome. And the stock has rebounded since pre-market like 12%. It's funny.
Was that the same one where they talked about Cash App and all the rappers who use it in their songs to talk about how they hire hitmen?
That's the one. Yep.
Good.
Now I need to do my DD and watch this gangster rap, as they call it, music video from the gang called Cash App.
It's really fun too if you go overseas.
The Adani article, the Hindenburg Adani article, was absolutely brutal. Like absolutely going for the jugular, gut wrenching, bad. This one it's a little bit weak in my opinion. They dropped heavily. I think before people had really adjusted to what was going on in there. That's what I've been looking at all day today. But I'm just here to hang out and chill and keep it cool and classy.
Speaking about bearish articles, a big firm came out that they're short against my least favorite uranium mining company because they think they're a scam, which is something I've been saying for like a year. So, hey, vindication.
Yeah, I have a question. Can I ask?
You just did. So that was your one question. Thank you for coming. All right, moving on, gentlemen.
Take them down. Take them down.
No. Let him ask. Let him ask. Go for it.
Yes, I was asking like how to short. Like, is shorting allowed in US market? Like in Indian market,
Did
I
you
can
just say
only.
short?
No. Okay,
Uh,
so
short.
I got you.
He's
So
a top
when
broker
people,
from India.
A, yes, you can short as long as your broker permits it. B, when people say short here, they generally just mean that they bought puts. Most people aren't actually buying shares and borrowing against the actual shares of the company. They're just buying puts. Some people do, but most
Contracts.
people here don't have the option to even do it. They're on, let's be real, they're on Robinhood, and that's not a thing for them, which is fine.
You
So
could
like
also buy inverse ETFs.
Okay, Gotcha. I mean, nobody can short us here in cash segment. In option segment or in derivatives, they can, right?
You can short shares if your broker allows you in the U.S. Yeah, you can borrow the shares, resell them, and then try to buy them back. That's definitely a thing.
Okay. So what do you?
I am like 4 out of 10 convinced that this is a mockery and a troll. But keep
No, it's
going.
not. I was talking to him the other day. He's from India. He showed his face.
Oh my god, that's rude.
He said he was a sub
Because he's
broker,
Indian.
but he's
So
a
it
little
doesn't.
funny, but
But
he's
let's
not a
just see.
troll.
Look, so far we've talked about how shorting works, which is at least good for the chat. Let's see what else the questions are. It's not so bad so far.
Yeah. Thank you very much. One more thing, like, what do you think about VBull? Is it a good broker? VBull. I use VBull to trade in a US stock market.
It's fine. People use it. I don't, but people like it, right? The ones who use
Okay.
it. Isn't that like
I
the I
use
don't like Robinhood, but I
Is
still want
there
my commission-free trader one?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
I have the Webull app specifically for its paper trading because it's pretty nice. Like you can like if I don't want to like commit to something and I just want to see like how it would work out in my head, I could do it in Webull and then figure out a strategy off of that.
So, Rad, what's the thing you're waiting for in 10 minutes out?
What?
Well, you said you needed
Oh,
like
I need to get a 20 million% return in the next 10 minutes. So if anybody's got me covered, that would be awesome.
You're not going to like the real answer.
It's GameStop. No, I'm just kidding. I
I
don't know.
mean, I tried. I went to GameStop and brought all my games. They were offering me $2 though, so I don't think that's going to do it.
what about
That
Yeah,
sounds pretty. Sounds
200%.
SOXL 1 day to expiry?
Sounds pretty
Puts,
bullish to me.
puts
They're
on it?
taking they're taking a huge advantage of the spread.
Rad.
Speaking of which, PayPal is down today, and I think it's because of the Hindenburg article. And I just wanted to remind everybody that on our last earnings call, they said that they were projecting the best quarter ever. So
Looks like people in the chat are saying to buy Re. I don't know what that is. Interesting.
yeah, somebody needs to take their time and explain it to me as well. I know that they're an automotive company, and I think I saw one of
So
their cars, but it looks like a joke. I'm not sure if it's serious.
Oh,
so
you didn't
here's
just say that.
wait, Ryler, is that your trade? Are you the guy who's all about Re?
Yeah.
All right,
I
I'm not
have
going to say
shares
anything.
of
You
Re.
you go for it. The only thing I really know about Re is Scald said it's cheap, so he buys 100 shares every now and then when he's bored, and then he just sits around
There,
because maybe it'll go up.
so there's two DDs on it. There's that. The ticker sounds nice, and it's 30 cents. So the other DD is that it's a value play. It's a long-term investment because they are significantly undervalued because back when they IPO'd with a 10x SPAC, they were on Jim Cramer's Mad Money interviewing the CEO, and literally the EV market started tanking right after that. And then, but we could also blame Jim Cramer. Then they've always had uh, a goal of going into production in 2023, which is this year. So like right now, the stock is very, very cheap, and they're getting orders and making partnerships with like companies like Mitsubishi and I think some other big ones. And since they're a commercial EV company, they're not susceptible to some of the issues companies like Nikola and Rivian and Lucid are having. They make platforms that you can build on top of. They're easy to assemble and produce. They could do like 10,000 a year,
Okay,
and or a
that's
month.
what
What's it?
Canoe was doing. That's what Canoe was doing. Remember Canoe?
Is that like doing like a skateboard type platform?
Yeah, it's and XPEV does the same thing where they make these modular platforms for putting
Mhm.
for assembling
So
vehicles.
from what I read, that they're unique from those because of the way that their they call it recorner, like everything's pushed out to the corners, so like they can assemble them and repair them much faster than those competitors. I know on YouTube there's a couple videos of like touring their facility and they go into it. They were recently at like Truck Week showing off some of their new technology. It's a funny sounding ticker with it looks like a shitty penny stock, but something about it from all the like they have zero debt, they have positive cash flow, they've beat their estimates like every quarter. So I feel like it's something with potential, and you know, I'm not asking everyone to run out and buy 10,000 shares, but I think it's something worth looking into.
Just replaced their CFO back in February. I think the guy they brought on, ex Tesla. They offer
Yeah.
four-wheel steering, and they've at least been in contact with UPS, the guy who manages their engineering department. But I would only say it's a leap because of the name.
Sounds like Luce's play on Stellantis almost.
So my question is, what kind of vehicles are they making? For instance, XPED makes buses. When Elon started out, he made like the roadsters. Then he made the sedans. I was wondering if they're like utilitarian. Hey,
Talking about
U.S. soldier, your mic's hot.
mute me, please.
I can't.
I got you.
They look like kind of bubbly little UPS trucks. That's
Yeah,
all I've seen.
you could see them like partnering with like delivery companies for sure based on that.
I guess the one advantage I've seen just from a very, very brief overview was the four-wheel steering would be fantastic in urban settings, tight corners, a lot of narrow streets and shit like that for delivery.
Yeah, I just posted some pictures in the chat of what their vehicles look like. Of course, Mindless Investments, the one who says it looks like shit.
So I think I asked you this before. Who's their competition?
I know Lion Electric is one of them. I think U.S. Soldier, didn't you mention another company? Or am I incorrect?
I feel like Amazon would be competition just because they're doing. I know they just opened up their delivery van service to, I think, third parties.
Right. If they sell their, like, if they have some kind of partnership and sell their technology to them, I could see that being bullish for them. And also, it's a great ticker for memes, as you may have noticed in the chat.
Well, if they got videos on their production facility, I'd really be interested in seeing that because I am like a bit of an automation engineer. So,
Speaking of
I
memes,
could share that with you.
Speaking of memes, I'm still very disappointed that Twink never took off. What a letdown.
You might want to Google that.
looks like a mindless investor was
What
going to
is
talk
this?
about PayPal. I did have one more thing I wanted to talk about. I was going to talk about the liquid natural gas article that I just read that was posted in the chat. Thank you. I forget who posted it, sorry. But saying that America has become the top exporter of liquid natural gas, which I knew it was going to, and a good play for that would be Flex Liquid Natural Gas, Flex LNG, FLNG, Foxtrot Lima, November Gulf. And they're expected to continue supplying Europe with as much natural gas as they can do. I kind of want to hear what Mindless Investor has to say about PayPal.
Yeah, some people want to see the world burn.
I did see some unusual activity on PayPal actually on some puts. Was Mindless bearish?
I don't know. He just said he was going to talk about it. I think it's pretty obvious PayPal's getting dragged down with Square. I mean,
That's his phone for sluts.
Yeah, so let me pull up the unusual option for this one. PayPal expiration May 19th. Puts $72.50 strike. There's about $2 million in this option that came in. Pretty high volume. Ooh, and PayPal just recovered, so could be a good time if you're bearish to start loading puts.
I'm still writing my wait, let me make sure I say this right. Don't dyslexic PCT puts. Pure cycle technology. That's my big put play.
Hey Riley, are you looking at SOXL puts?
How high are they up today? Or is it?
It's up. SOXL's up like 11.5% almost.
Isn't Soxel 3x leveraged?
Yes.
Yeah, but
So
it's a great representation of the semi industry.
no, I get that. I think, God, I feel like Vitards had a post some time ago that went over like Sox and Soxel, and that because of the way it's set up with the leverage, calls aren't worth it over shares. Someone did like a lot of math.
Yeah, so the reason I picked that one to buy like calls and puts on for like weeklies is actually because it's leveraged. So like semiconductors are one of the most volatile sectors to begin with. So then you add 3x leverage on top of it, and it's insane. So there's days where SOXL has gone up and down 20% just in the shares. So like if you buy once it shoots up that high and you buy puts, it's like it's not guaranteed to pay it off, but like to me, like I use those indicators pretty often. I spent like a couple months just trading that options on that ticker, and a couple times like I'd buy like a contract at a time and I would get like 1,000% return. I would like make $100, but it was still like just to see if it would work.
Yeah, my strat is like I got the April 21's $16 put this morning for $1.22, 20 contracts. And then I'll
I'm
close
not
much
saying
is
you
that?
can't.
What's that?
How much is it up?
Oh, I'm down on it right now, but
Oh.
it continued to rally up on me. But I'm holding it. It's for April till I have time.
Oh yeah, and I wouldn't suggest doing like weeklies on it if they're available, but
Yeah.
I've done like 30 days out.
Yeah, like I'll just wait, hold it, and then once it comes down, because it gapped up pretty good here today on the chart.
What were you saying, Red?
Phil, it jumped from 16.23 up to about $17. So it should fill that gap, in my opinion.
Yeah, I might jump in on some. It's ready to fall.
We still got Nintendo and Dole Bulls in here. I know everyone was all about that banana avatar for a while.
I got Dole stock still. I don't do calls on it, but just stock. Doesn't move enough. It's more of a long-term hold, buy and hold.
Okay, I don't. God damn it! I try not to do this, but I'm doing it. Why is it every time Mindless leaves, it's because it's a business call or something else like that? Which is exactly how Journalist leaves. He's always like, "Oh, guys, sorry, big business has come up, must leave now." Like, is this just the same person? I'm sorry, I don't want to go there, but it's always they both exit on the exact same note of like, "Sorry, guys, very important multi-million-dollar deal just came up."
I think one's AI, and the other one's a pain in the ass. You can decide.
Sorry about that. I literally did leave for a business call, but okay, I'm back.
You got to sound important, right? Like time is money.
Just like both of them will be like, "Sorry, guys, big PowerPoint presentation. Bernie Madoff is here. Got to go." And it's like, what the fuck?
I know. And Luce was like, I have to go see a woman now.
Yeah, but at
Which
least Luce
people-
admitted there was no woman, and it's just his left hand.
And I was giving you props when you left. I was like, that phone's for sluts calling him.
They both also live in the UK, which is strange, right?
Same call center.
By the way, if Journalist is listening, bro, you need to fix your Discord. It sucks.
He has one? Discord?
Yeah, I'll try and
Oh,
send you
sure.
an invite.
Is it just him screaming every 5 seconds while people try to say something?
It pretty
No, he
much
brings
is.
people up, and then he probably mutes them. He kicks them off after yelling at
He
them.
banned me.
Someone's
He
like, "Hey,
banned me
guys."
from his Discord because I
But
asked him for
honestly-
some real DD.
Honestly, you guys need to just let him talk though. It's not like he gets frustrated and then it gets worse and you guys just antagonize him and he's like trying to talk about something.
They have let him talk multiple
I know.
times.
Dude, I have heard it all. I've heard it all.
Let's
It's
spoil it.
I
frustrating.
think that's the
Here's my
issue,
thing.
though, is that he's given the stage and then, like, it doesn't know what to do with it sometimes.
Here's my thing. He has logic in some of his plays, and he brings up some good ideas. My issue is he can't explain anything without a 40 to 50 minute intro about it's like reading a recipe online. I'm sure the food's good, but I don't need to know about that time when you were 6 and first discovered this recipe in that cabin in Vermont. Just tell me what's going on. And that's who he is.
Perfect analogy.
Yeah, and I used to be that way. And I had hold on. And I had a boss that always tell me this, and I haven't said it to him yet, but you got to hit the nail on the head sometimes. Just get to the fucking point, and that's what it is. We're all ADHD here, so the apes get a little rowdy when he just rambles. Sorry, Slut.
Yeah,
No problem.
I think
Market.
I was gonna say, I think the summary is buy lumber and women shouldn't trade if you want to know journalists. That's what I've gotten from him.
And he has a problem with gingers for some reason. We haven't delved into that yet. I get it.
I forgot that day when he told that poor lady to just like sit down and go back to the kitchen. Oh God!
He said, "Get
my
your
mind.
husband." He said, "Get your husband," which is which is a gross thing to say. But
Well, yeah, I don't want to get too personal, but one day he was definitely smacking papers on his desk because he was just so pissed off at us. And it's like, man, I would not want to be his girl/boyfriend/ Hanesha doll.
yeah, pre-market, you just got to spit the ticker out. You got to spit the thesis out, and like I have notes, man. Like late at night, like I'm on Twitter and stuff, and I have bullet points when I come into the pre-market talk because I want to get it over with. But there's a lot of grandstanding from that guy, and it pisses me off. It's just like, oh my God, dude, nobody gives a fucking shit about how important you are or how many people you got calling you or thousands of DMs, 500 followers. Good God, dude.
Yeah, and if you don't,
he'd be popular if he would just be like, Ryanair makes this much money, should be worth this much. This is why. Here's the EBITDA. All right, I'm done. And then it would have worked, and people would have liked him.
No, he wants to hear himself talk, guys. Like,
Georgia, I think you were saying something, buddy. Go ahead, Georgia.
no, well, I was just saying. Then he makes, and you guys are all correct about his personality traits, but then he makes a beeline for a specific person. A specific person. It's like default. is loose and loose, and then he'll like cuss, and I'm like, whoa, that's just too much.
Yeah, you just nailed it.
Well,
We're
Loose
just
is
yeah,
different
we're
though.
just
Loose betrayed him, and you don't do that on the streets, so that's very different.
we're just a bunch of people who don't like their times wasted, you know, and that's what it is, and that's what he does.
I mean, we don't need to hear a 40-minute intro to your play. Like,
Well, especially since there's like sometimes it's like 5 minutes before market open, and we want to hear more plays.
all right, and I got us on a tangent. I'm sorry. I just noticed that those two always exit on the same note of like, I have a business meeting, gentlemen. I am off to procure assets. I shall be back.
Yeah, and one last thing: when he first left, like back in end of February, or excuse me, end of January, someone pointed out and gave me his subreddit, and there was like 14 followers. So all that shit for I've got hundreds of followers. No, you don't. No, you don't. Like Rad's got more than you. No offense to Rad, but you know what I mean. Like you don't even grandstand and have more. So
Yeah, I agree. Fuck that Rad guy. He barely has any followers. He's got more.
Oh,
Fuck that dude.
oh, I mean, it's better that you're here, that you hear it from me.
Nah, I hate that guy. Imagine being him and waking up and looking in the mirror and seeing that face every morning. God, that'd be really depressing. I'd be so sad.
Everyone hug Rad. All right, let's get back to plays. Or no, we can hug you first. Sorry.
Well, I don't know if this is a play, but Jack Dorsey is looking rough, man.
I
It's
thought you were
news.
gonna say he looked like a snack.
Does he do anything anymore? Is he involved with any businesses?
Yeah, he's involved in SQ Block, the company that just got trashed by Hindenburg. He left Twitter and started that up.
I thought he stepped down from that a while ago.
No, he still is, and I wouldn't call him a Bitcoin maximus, but he's halfway there, right?
Looks the part.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I don't actively own or short any of the companies he's in, but be curious if anyone is going to see any plays on those.
What was the news on Square?
Oh my! Well, it's a huge. So there's a huge report. You know what Hindenburg is? They publish an article maybe twice a year or whatever, and it absolutely just wrecks whatever company they're targeting. So maybe what was it? 4 months ago, they did Donnie, which was
Yeah. I know who Hindenburg is.
Okay. So this morning last night they put out a tweet saying, "Hey, new one's coming down the pipeline." This morning they released it, and it was all about SQ. I skimmed quite a bit of it. Basically, it's saying that Jack Dorsey did anything and everything to get as many people hooked on this app as possible. Violated a bunch of things. Celebrated when criminals would get into it. They've got the Sinaloa cartel using it. They've got gangster rappers using it, and he also thinks that they're using fake, algorithms or some kind of false money number engineering to boost their numbers for investors and on reports. So total paper tiger for the amount of users that they actually have. And you can just look it up. It's pretty long.
Will do. I was long bullish on them, so didn't have any positions, but I thought they had a good company. Interesting to know.
Shit, me
Thank
too,
you.
man. Me too. I was looking to get into them, but I actually think I like PayPal more, even though their CEO recently stepped down. Before he left, he said that PayPal was going to have the best quarter ever. They're getting hit right now as just because of Square going down. But with these high interest rates and the amount of interest payment that they give to their their customers, they've got a huge spread right now. So they're taking in all that profit of lending out money, credit. And they have their own credit card. I'm talking about PayPal, credit card, and credit lines and stuff. So they're raking in all these high interest rate interest on their loans, and they should be making quite a bit of money.
I like PayPal. Been with them since they partnered with eBay. I feel like there's a minority who talk a lot of shit about it. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think a lot of people feel more comfortable being with larger banks and institutions, but what they don't realize is that these larger banks and institutions, they're slow moving. They're outdated. I mean, JP Morgan just went over to blockchain so that they can like do financial transactions after hours. So all these digital banks, I think, have a huge advantage here as far as their agility to adjust to the market conditions and the demands of 24/7 financial banking and internet banking and all that stuff. And then you got crypto, you've got Venmo, you've got um, tax receipts and stuff like that, which is all super convenient. And I haven't looked yet, but I bet SoFi is red. Here we go.
Yeah, I think did Zim go ex dividend and it's still at like $24? Cool.
Nope, I was wrong. SoFi is 3.22% green. So that's kind of a surprise.
Depositors should assume their deposits are safe. After he mentioned the tools he used for SVB, I'm curious if people are thinking money printer online. I mean, based on his talk yesterday, sounded like they're gonna adjust policy moving forward. Yeah, he doesn't want contagion to spread.
Well, he doesn't want a bank run. He doesn't want fear to spread.
Yeah.
It's all about every time that you pull $1,000 out of the bank, you're pulling $9,000 out of that bank's credit line.
No, I thought they went to 0% reserve requirement.
Fractional reserve banking.
Yeah, but I swear
To
in like
zero?
2020 they went to 0 or something.
No way.
Yeah, man.
No, who are we talking about? Are we talking about a specific company or all the banks in general?
In general, it was at 0.
I don't know about that. Maybe on some kind of document they are able to fudge numbers to make it look like they are. Let me look this up.
They could just print money out of thin air, man. They can print all the money they want. They just
Yeah,
run
in
into
fractional
trouble
reserve
when
bank.
it gets inflationary. Then they have to do all this bullshit. But there's too much money chasing too little goods and services, so you get inflation. And now they've raised rates so much, and it's coming down, but like they still don't know what's going to happen. Like they've raised it so violently like historically. It's just I think it's a ticking time bomb.
Are you trying to say the U.S. government is insolvent?
No, I'm saying the opposite. They're never going to be insolvent because they can just print as much money as they want. It just runs into a problem when the value of that currency gets, inflated so much that it becomes worthless. Then you get hyperinflation. But they're trying to control that by raising rates and cutting back on stuff, but then you have banks failing. So
Yeah, right. You think Jay Powell's a little bit of a sadist, man. So it says here, net transaction account balances above the low reserve tranche were subject to a reserve requirement ratio of 10%. So a reserve requirement ratio of 10% is about 9x. But this, maybe they went to zero on some of the more riskier assets that they use as collateral. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that when a bank run starts, and it can get real ugly real quick. I mean, look at FRC and Credit Suisse and even Charles Schwab, SVB. I mean, these things, they collapse overnight. It's insane. Partially because of how much money they lend out, and when they lose that collateral, it all just comes crumbling down. But the other part is the bank never admits that it's failing until the very last second.
Yeah, it would cause mass panic, and it would be even quicker, right?
Yeah, so it's like, Jay Powell's kind of doing this juggling act where he doesn't want to scare people out of their deposits. He wants people to stay into the banks, and on the other hand, he also doesn't want to promise insuring accounts over $250,000 like what they did with Silicon Valley. So,
And that's what dumped the market yesterday, was when Yellen said we not overinsure now, and that's when the market's dumped yesterday.
yeah, it's like it's I don't know. Yellen is the worst fucking person for this job because, or at least for this part of the job, because she is so not charismatic, or you just don't really trust her, or she's just so robotic and autistic in her delivery. It's like, oh yeah, we bailed out these guys on like a special condition, which I cannot elaborate on because I obviously don't know, and I just felt like insuring everybody's deposits. And now it's like, well, that also means that you banks can't be like risky with your assets, and you actually have to like do your job. So it's like you know what I'm saying? It's like you are fucking this up so bad right now. You are not doing a very good job of wrangling in these greedy, risky banks by giving out carrots and awards to people. It's like I don't know. How do you whip the banks without whipping the depositors? And how do you give out how do you fund, how do you bail out banks basically without convincing the other banks that they'll be bailed out as well? So
No, and that Sunday that they came in and mentioned, or first announced, I should say, the emergency federal action to back all those depositors. Just 8 hours before, she was like, "There's no way we're gonna do it. Never ever." Oh, we're
And
doing that
then
tonight? Really?
with all,
Okay, I'm sorry.
sorry, can I say something? With all like the bailouts, and it's just incentive for them to make even investments in even riskier assets like Bitcoin and crypto and all. That's why they saw the pump in crypto since all the bank bailout news.
Yes. Did you also notice silver been going up since too? This is and this is actually a good thing. And this what's kind of funny, kind of retarded is that this is what all these Bitcoin maxis have been saying for a really long time. They're saying that Bitcoin is a safer asset than the dollar, and that the banks will eventually fail, and that you should have your money in Bitcoin. And because it's a digital asset, and you don't actually have to take a holding of it, you don't have to. It's not like if you want to store your values, if you want to store your value in assets or whatever, you don't have to. It's not like you have a physical Bitcoin stacked to the ceiling in your garage. You can just dump it into Bitcoin and hold it there while the banks basically just break.
Didn't FTX, the collapse of FTX, lose credibility in that theory with that fiat currency?
Can you rephrase the question just a little bit, because I don't think I understand.
Okay, the underlying value of any fiat currency, especially U.S. dollars, since we moved off the gold standard, is confidence. If nobody's got confidence in that fiat currency, and it loses value. And to say that Bitcoin would be have a higher confidence rate than the American dollar or American dollars in the bank, the underlying value of cryptocurrency was the fact that you couldn't lose it. And FTX proved that it isn't safer than a dollar in a bank, that it can be lost. So doesn't that erode the confidence? Because all it is another fiat currency.
Yeah,
So
like
are
anybody.
you? Well,
Sorry.
are you big into crypto? It's just a yes or no.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm. If that's to me that asks the question, no, I'm not.
Yeah, because I can tell, because you say Bitcoin. So the confidence in Bitcoin did not erode at all with the collapse of FTX. The confidence of centralized exchanges eroded with FTX, and the confidence with a bunch of shitcoins eroded with FTX. But Bitcoin is kind of a special. You have to just going forward. You gotta know that Bitcoin is a completely separate entity than almost every other coin on the market. It's as the gentleman was saying earlier, it's a commodity. It is not a tradable security, because it's
okay, but it is. Would you agree? I'm no expert, but it's still a fiat currency. It's a way to store the ability
it's
to
not.
buy service. What's its
It's
use
not.
then?
No, it's
What is
not.
it?
I no, that's not. I would never have had said that. It's not a fiat currency. You can't, because you can't print it. And I know what you're saying. It's not backed by the dollar, right? Or it's not backed by gold or silver or anything like that.
It's
But
only backed, like any fiat currency. It's only backed by confidence.
yeah, but so is but on as a commodity, right? It's backed it's backed by the confidence, just like gold is backed by the confidence at the end of the day. We're getting into a little bit of the weeds and semantics here, but well, so there's two different families, right? There's the decentralized family and the centralized family. And when FTX collapsed, the decentralized family of Bitcoin was laughing at the centralized family, saying, "Ha ha, we told you so." So it's not the crypto sphere was definitely scared by FTX collapsing, for sure. But there's sort of like the survivalists or whatever. I mean, it's comparable to, it's an allegory of like people who have physical silver and people who have silver certificates or silver shares of SLV or something like that. It's like their accounts got wiped out, and then the people with the physical silver are like, haha, we told you. So has the confidence of silver gone down? No, but the confidence of a bank holding physical assets in your name and being stable until you die has gone down. It's like with J.P. Morgan and all these bags of rocks, instead of nickel. It's like, yeah, your confidence is now eroded in J.P. Morgan's ability to handle the physical metal of nickel. But the people who have the nickel in their basements or in their safes and stuff, they're like, we told you so.
Well, you're saying then synonymous, if I'm understanding right, and I'm not trying to be confrontational at all. So hopefully my tone and inflection presents that. But what you're saying is that example is that physical silver is synonymous with a Bitcoin not stored on an exchange. So I believe they call it a digital wallet. You can hold it in your own digital wallet. So if I've got one Bitcoin and I've got one bar of silver, the value I can attribute to that is about equal as far as its ability to erode.
The ability to erode.
The
What do you
underlying
mean?
value, the underlying value. So a week from today, I have a silver. I can pretty much have confidence that bar of silver will roughly have the same value if I'm physically holding it as opposed to a clearinghouse holding it. And if I have a physical Bitcoin or a digital Bitcoin in my own wallet as opposed to an exchange holding that, I have more confidence in both of those as an underlying currency.
I mean, it helps, but it helps, but it's not like but I don't. Yeah, it helps. It's synonymous though. It's synonymous in the way that it's synonymous in the way that the more decentralized it is, the less when you having a silver bar in your pocket is synonymous with someone having a Bitcoin in their wallet with their keys.
Would only
So
disagree with that comment on the fact is that a silver, a raw material, be used, repurposed for something other than a currency. Bitcoin or a cryptocurrency of any kind cannot be repurposed for anything.
yeah, and
It's
I'm not
not a
trying to argue
tangible
that.
good. It's by strict definition, it's a fiat currency.
Can I make 3 points against crypto? Yeah. One, shit coins. You can just print you can't print more Bitcoin, but there's all these shit coins out there that just get made up and they're like just fair tickets to fucking do whatever. They're just printed. They don't have any tangible value other than the one that's assigned on an exchange, right? And traded on. So it's whatever the last traded value of it was. So one Bitcoin could trade, it traded down 80%, right? So I don't think gold traded down 80%.
But you guys, the Bitcoin is different than other cryptos. It is different. It is
I
in
know
its
it's
own.
different. That's why I'm trying to make the distinction between Bitcoin and all the other tokens
But
out there that they can just
Yeah,
print.
I know you
So
know
it's
about.
supposed to
I'm,
combat
I'm
inflation because it has a set number of coins.
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain it to David.
right.
Sorry.
So but even though it may be a different or more stable coin, like the thoughts of USDC being backed by the federal government, all of that, when that segment of that asset class takes a hit, even though one might be more stable than the other, they all take a hit in that segment because it's based. My opinion again, respectively, is it's still based off of confidence. Outside of confidence,
Yeah.
digital currency has absolutely no value.
Everything.
It can't be melted down. It can't be repurposed in any form.
Every asset is based out of confidence in some way.
Yeah.
I agree. And the ability for that to be exchanged in a physical manner and to be repurposed, underlying higher confidence in it than, say, a dollar bill printed on paper
Yeah.
by
That was
anything.
my last point is that gold can be made into high value physical assets and shitcoins can't and Bitcoin can't. So Like
But when you talk about confidence and you're saying that if you think that's a weakness, then you can just apply that to any currency, and that includes the American dollar, right?
It could be
So
strength. You're right.
Yeah.
It could be strength or weakness. And in
But for the
in the FTX collapse, I believe that it eroded confidence based off the fact that the blockchain, the basis, the absolute basis of any kind of digital currency is the fact that what happened at FTX couldn't happen.
okay. Well, let me tell you this. I don't think it did. Like we're in a high period of extremely high inflation because Jay Powell's been cranking that printer like crazy. Do you think that printing more money eroded confidence in the dollar, or do you think it's just inflation?
Well, printing more money causes inflation. That you're exactly right, and it erodes confidence. Moving off the gold standard and getting $31 trillion worth of debt clearly erodes the confidence in the American dollar, without a doubt.
Okay, so let me take that, and I'm going to take it into Bitcoin and FTX and these other centralized exchanges. The centralized exchanges, where they were benefiting is using margin and leverage because of their centralized position to loan out and control cryptocurrency using margin, fractional reserve, banking, giving out coupons instead of actually buying assets.
APY.
And so this is part of what was pumping Bitcoin's price, because they were pumping basically a bunch of money into the system and a bunch of margin into the system. And when FTX collapsed, it took that margin, it took the margin out of and the leverage out of the price of Bitcoin, and that's why you see it come down. But is it confidence that did it? No, it's a mechanic that was introduced into the system because of such a large majority holding being able to fluctuate the price and inflate it. So
I believe
so
you were talking the same thing. I didn't mean to step on you. Go ahead.
well, okay. So all I'm saying is it's a little bit more than just confidence. There's market mechanics. Now you can't print Bitcoin the same way, but you can take a bunch of dollar bills. You can hold a huge amount of cryptocurrency, take a bunch of dollar bills, don't buy the underlying asset, value the underlying asset at a higher marked price, and then fake sell it. And basically you're just wheeling and dealing and not having any underlying costs. So that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to say that confidence is good, but there's also a much more important mechanic to look at, such as printing money, such as using margin and centralized exchanges. Sorry.
I agree with that completely. One of the components that you left, I believe, that is left short on the FTX there is the fact that all of a sudden, over $1 billion, I believe it was, in FTX just went missing. It's like we can't account for the amount of cryptocurrency. It's like going like a fart in the wind. And the underlying technology that gave any cryptocurrency its value is that blockchain technology that said that can't happen. And that's the confidence erosion.
Yeah. Okay.
That's not true, though. Oh, go ahead, Lebowski.
For the U.S. dollar, comparison you're making, for the U.S. dollar to lose all its value, it'd be governmental collapse. So like everything would really have to go to shit. Do you want your whole fucking society to go to shit? Or do you want basically Bitcoin at 1 million or whatever, if it goes up that high over time, like it might happen because you're printing dollars, so they do lose value over time. I'm not going to argue that to inflation, right? So all hard assets should naturally gain more value in dollar terms, right? Over time.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is hard assets are appreciative, not depreciative.
Over time, naturally, yes. Just due to the dollar or underlying whatever currency deflating or
If you ask any financial expert at the highest peak, whatever, they love Bitcoin because they don't like the American dollar. They don't like the idea that it's been overinflated and it's been backed by military and oil
Well,
trading.
it's still the #1 currency in the world at the time.
Because it's used because it's so liquid and because it's used to trade goods between different countries. Right now, Russia and China, they're cutting out the American dollar, man. This is not good.
Well,
This
yeah.
this has been warned about since I've been alive. It's been warned about that when the American dollar loses its standard as the world reserve currency, everybody is going to be back to the Stone Age in America.
It's just the same thing. Everybody's making a currency for you to play in their system, right? So for you to operate inside of their system that they make, you have to exchange in their currency, whatever it be, fucking US dollars, Bitcoin, stock, fucking cryptocurrency, everything, right? So it's all somebody built it and designed it, right?
Well, so when the two merge, you take the full faith and credit of the United States government backing the US dollar, and they merge it with some sort of digital currency of USDC, clearly in the blockchain technology, underlying technology, that clearly that's in the best interest of a lot of people. And I think the precipice of that happening is exactly what Spoiler said, is that the erosion or the standoff with the United States currency being the world currency. Now, one of the benefits of the United States going towards a USDC is the fact that taxation happens at the exact moment of the transaction. That doesn't happen with the US dollar currency currently. And
Interesting.
so there's a huge motivation for the government to create a USDC and get people on it, as much as there was of people doing their taxes digitally 25 years ago, moving people off the 1040 EZ.
And who's to say they can't outlaw every other currency and make it official one day?
They're trying. They're trying right now. It's in the works.
Absolutely. And
I wanted, but
Go
I
ahead.
wanted to say a couple of things. Just wanted to circle back on the FTX thing. So on the blockchain, you can actually see where all the cryptocurrency went. It went to some anonymous wallet. The money was stolen out of FTX. It was stolen through a backdoor virus. They drained all the accounts, and they don't talk about this on the news anymore. And I don't know why, but the thing is, the FTX and the centralized exchanges, the reason why they got hit so hard is because they were trying to play the same game that banks do with an asset that cannot be printed out of nowhere, and that's their flaw. And because it's on the blockchain, you can't lie. So they got caught with their pants down and just boom, collapsed overnight, stole all the money. It's just sitting in some wallet. Everybody can see it, and that's the end of it. So
Spoiler,
anyways,
you make a great point there. Again, you said because it's on the blockchain, you cannot lie. When FTX collapsed, there was an evaporation of those coins on the blockchain that disappeared. Is that not the lie?
it's not. It didn't disappear because you can see where it's going, but like it was
they found
literally
it yet.
stolen. It's literally stolen. It was literally stolen and put into a wallet and like then distributed. But you could follow it on the blockchain if you really wanted to.
But they have not found it yet. They have not followed that on the blockchain. Again, you hit the nail on the head. The confidence in any digital coin is the blockchain technology that it's traceable.
It's not counterfeitable.
And traceable. So, like, if you needed to roll back this, and again, I may be wrong here, but from the inception of a digital coin that is mined, it has a serial number to it I'm sure that's not the correct technical term. You can follow every single time on the blockchain when that particular Bitcoin or that particular digital currency spent, who it went to, what it went for.
Yeah, I made the joke. When FTX collapsed. I said, "This is what happened." Like they just completely collapsed, and I said, "This is what happens when Gen X uses boomer tactics and millennials toys. Just a clusterfuck."
That is Say that again, please.
I said this is what happens when Generation X uses boomer tactics and millennials toys. So they were trying to do the same thing that they do with the United States dollar, where they basically fake a bunch of reserves. They use 10% collateral and all that stuff to like lend it out. But with the blockchain, because it's not counterfeitable, because you have to be restrained in how much lending you are. You have to manage your risk exponentially more. You have to manage your risk with crypto because it's so hard to lie about your assets, and they got caught and then they just collapsed. But the banks do the same thing, even worse. When a bank needs money, they just add another zero onto an Excel spreadsheet. That's it. They print it digitally.
Didn't
So
FTX, weren't they converting the Bitcoin to something like USD and then over leveraging that asset, but claiming it as Bitcoin in their balance sheet?
No, they were doing so much worse. They were basically just taking customers' money, giving them a coupon, and that was it. It was all money in, no money out. And then spending it.
Then they were taking that. I'm sorry. Then they were taking that money, they shifting it over to another entity used as collateral for borrowing. Alameda, I believe, was the name of it.
The Democratic Party.
I didn't want to say anything, but it smacks of John Corzine and MF Global in the commodities market 25 years ago. Exact same situation. Not to go political here, but you're right. There was a lot of exactly the same thing that happened in MF Global, and I believe Corzine ended up being governor of New Jersey.
using FTX to evaluate crypto isn't going to work because it was a scam. You can't evaluate things off a scam, right? That's like saying I'm going to evaluate energy companies off of Enron. It's just a scam. It can't be used that way.
When you say evaluate, you mean value that?
In other words, you can't, like, I get, because the overarching discussion was the crypto market, and we've talked a little about FTX, but whether or not Bitcoin is a legitimate entity, right? Whether or not Dogecoin is a legitimate entity, whatever coin you want to talk about, we can go from the great ones to the shitty ones, whatever. FTX doesn't really play into that. It was just fraud. It doesn't reflect on the crypto market or the security of crypto. Someone just, if he didn't use crypto, he would have used dollars. It was just about fraud.
Well, we were talking about how it affects the confidence in crypto, and I've been trying to say that Bitcoin's different than every other coin, pretty much. It doesn't have, and there's reasons why.
But you can go back in the history of currency in general. It's there's a need for the basic need of currency is because if you give me money today for something I can produce, I need to buy something from somebody else that isn't ready yet. I have to have that confidence stored in some sort of medium. In fact, on the dollar, this is legal tender for all that's public and private. That means in itself, I'm confident that what you give me today, I can spend tomorrow on a good or services in the future. So to say that FTX has collapsed, didn't erode that legal tender's confidence, maybe not with people under 25 in the long run, but people who are older than that are like, well, I'm not so sure that this is legal tender.
Okay, so you and I are having the exact same conversation that someone back in 1963 was having, the same conversation that someone back in I don't know, Roman days was having, and the same conversation that someone was having prehistory. Instead of trading a goat, I'm going to give you this bar of gold, and it's going to be worth a lot. Trust me, bro. Everybody's trading this stuff. The bar of golds got heavy, so we started using paper. Then eventually, that paper, and with that paper, you could go to a bank and you could actually get out gold or silver. Now you have paper that isn't backed by anything; it's backed by the government. And someone said, "Oh, trust me, bro. This paper is better than the gold-backed paper." And now we're tired of carrying around paper in our pockets because it's so heavy, and we want to carry around Bitcoin, and we're just discussing, "Hey, bro, trust me, it's worth a lot." So this is just the evolution of money. It went from heavy things that we didn't want to carry to paper backed by heavy things we didn't want to carry to just paper, and now it's going to digital things that we can carry on a phone. We can carry 1 million Bitcoin on a phone now. So
Agreed.
So the one thing I would bring up about Bitcoin, if you want to treat it as a currency, its valuation is so high, and maybe I guess it's a little easier because it's on a computer. Because one of the reasons gold wasn't used as a trading thing back in the day for goats, they used silver, was because gold had such a high value. Trading in gold wasn't very feasible. You had to hand silver coins because the gold coins could buy far more goats than someone could offer you, right? In the same sense that like a Bitcoin for most transactions is far more than the transaction a person would use. I guess on a crypto wallet it doesn't matter since it'll just be fractional, but I guess the question would become, are people going to be comfortable with using a currency that is significantly more than their normal purchasing amount, if you get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. We're not going to be trading in whole Bitcoins for sure. But I know I was just giving it an example of the history of money. But is Bitcoin's valuation so high, or is the dollar so weak?
I don't know. It's a fair question both ways.
So the U.S. total stock market is valued at about $23 trillion. And the Bitcoin market is about 542 billion right now. So do you see Bitcoin surpassing the stock market eventually?
Isn't that what they call the flippening? I don't know.
Or do you see like people keeping their money in actual companies and stuff?
Even if let's pretend like I project Bitcoin being completely flat, not changing in value ever again, right? Do I think it's going to go up in price? That means, do I think the dollar is going to weaken? Then my answer is yes. I think the dollar will continue to weaken.
But
So that means that Bitcoin's going to get more expensive. That's what I
stock
think.
market. Like stock market's a lot bigger than Bitcoin.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And it always will be, and it always should be. You shouldn't have more currency worth than assets, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense, I guess. Or like, yeah, made up assets, because like it's still about forward valuation, not actual cash on hand. If we valued companies that with the cash on hand they had, it'd be different, right?
Well, and that's why you talk about a weakening dollar. Play that into today's issue with the banks. Great point on the valuation of 23 trillion as the overall value of all publicly traded companies. If you look at the $19 trillion worth of deposits that are in the regional banks today, and you look at the $8.5 trillion